swimming, make sure you get involved.
Our thanks go to sponsors and partners without whom this event would not be possible. Funding partner, Sport England. Official partner, TIER. Endorsed product, Sports Systems. Host city, marketing Sheffield and Sheffield International venues.
Photography during the start of races, and that mobile phones and pages must be switched off during the event as they can distract the athletes. So once again, good morning ladies and gentlemen, day number 1 of the Swim England Summer Championships 2017, just a few moments away before we kick off with the morning session. As I say, I'm Jonathan Bell, I'll be your in-venue announcer for the next 5 days and also on the live stream as well. And also, one man that will be alongside me during the week is Dave Rogers, but at the moment he's currently on the pool deck. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Jono. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, good morning. Welcome to Ponds Forge. Welcome, whether you're part of our wonderful audience. Hello. And welcome to those of you watching at home around the world as well. We've got a brilliant morning of swimming coming up. The first morning, of course, of this fantastic championship. We get things underway in the pool with the men's 100 metres mixed classification freestyle. I hope you're going to give them some fantastic support. You're going to give them some fantastic support, right? Great news. I'll be saying some more hellos later, maybe coming to get out and about. But before that, I'd like to tell you about something that's happening next year. It's been a wonderful period of swimming, both domestically and internationally, and that's going to continue into next summer with Glasgow 2018, the European Aquatics Championships, where once again we welcome the continent's finest talent to the UK. For more information and, of course, where you can buy your tickets, you need to head over to glasgow2018.co.uk.
A light is ready to shine throughout Glasgow and Scotland once again, when 3,000 European athletes will come together before our eyes to bet our bests for bars to raise, where in one instant a lifetime of ambition lies. Don't miss the chance to be with them at this incredible event, to witness the beauty of one human's endeavour towards a single moment that will last forever.
And as we said, ladies and gentlemen, do make sure you get in touch with the hashtag SE Swimming. That is where we will be interacting with you all week, whether you're watching in venue or on the live stream. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're looking forward to seeing, and who you want to give your congratulations and well wishes to across the weekend. And we'll be reading out the best of those tweets across the week, so do make sure you get involved with us. As Dave said, we've got a very exciting morning session ahead today, starting off with the multi-class, and of course recently it was announced who our 26-strong squad would be for the World Para-Swimming Championships 2017 in Mexico. The swimmers we will see this morning from the multi-class events won't be on that plane to Mexico, but they'll certainly be hoping for international success in years and competitions to come. Lots of great swimming coming up then this morning. And of course, we want you to be a big part of it as well by getting in touch with us online. SE Swimming is the hashtag.
Well, I've darted back at the stairs, John, and we're in position. What a wonderful crowd here this morning. Thank you for joining us early on, ladies and gentlemen. And an exciting morning, John.
Absolutely, yeah. Lots of swimming to come in the course of this morning's session. I was here last week as well for the British Swimming Summer Championships. We saw some great swimming that time around. Let's see how great England themselves can do in the course of the next 5 days or so. So, of course, we need one set of very important people in order to get this morning's session off and underway. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the poolside our team of referees and technical officials. Your starters for this morning's session are Andrew McRoberts and Andy Reid. Officials, you may be seated. So then once again, good morning. We are almost ready to get the action underway. As you can see, the athletes just getting ready on pool deck at the scoreboard end of the pool, and we'll be ready for day number 1 to begin. As we said, get in touch, SE Swimming. Sean's done that. First time we attend an event at this level. We are so excited. Go City of Liverpool. I saw a few from City of Liverpool here today. Let's hear it if you're from City of Liverpool. So the team of one here at Ponsforge this week. So let's go on with the swimming, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the men's multi-class 100-metre freestyle heats, starting with heat 1.
Take your mark.
So kicking things off then with the multi-class event. If you are new to multi-class swimming, it is para-swimming, where Athletes from all different classifications based on their physical impairment are ranked from S1 all the way up to S14. And in order for them to all swim against each other, it's not about the time that these swimmers get, but about the points they get. The points are worked out based on the time the swimmers get in conjunction to their respective world record in the different classifications. So if you are new to it, you'll pick it up in no time at all, I do assure you. Currently the pool here is Leo McRae in 0, in 1 Maximilian Tulloch, 2 Scott Hadley, Dominic Redpath in 3, in 4 is Craig McNeil, who will touch in first, in 5 Kieran Williams, 6 Finley Middleton, Jacob Bray in 7 and Samuel Werty in 8. So Craig McNeil first in 105.06 the time, 478 points for the S10 swimmer, but Finley Middleton there on 512, currently in first position, the Mount Kelly swimmer, 109.81, but he will not take that. Leo McRae does that, Bournemouth Collegiate swimmer, 119.5 more. As you can see with confirmation there, 536 multi-class points. Finley Middleton in second, and Craig McNeil completes the fastest trio in third. Up next, heat number 2.
Thank you, so please do the full bow side.
So this heat 2 of 2 in lane 0 from Northampton is William Perry. 1 from Bolton Metro, Luke Natty. Lane 2 representing Carradon is Matthew Close. 3 from Wilston, James Brown. Lane 4 from Isle of Man is Benjamin Granger. In 5, Aaron Maddox of Ealing. In lane 6 from Shrewsbury is Riley Shanahan. Alan Woodrow of UEA Norwich goes in 7. And in 8 from Harrigan is Alexander Taylor. So once again, a mix of classifications in this one. William Perry in the S6 category, all the way up to Benjamin Granger in lane 4, and Alexander Taylor in 8 who are in the S10 category. All about those points rather than the times, as we saw in that last heat. Coming down the centre now, Benjamin Granger of Isle of Man. No surprise that he'll be the first one to touch in. Entry time of 104.75. How will that compare to the respective world record in the S10 category? Comes in now, 497 multi-class points for Benjamin Granger, 547 though for Aaron Maddox of Ealing. James Brown not too far behind in second on 507 there. Now the swimmers in the outside lanes come in now, 578 for William Perry in lane 0 of Northampton. Very good score indeed for him. Confirmation of those results up on the scoreboard then. William Perry 578 takes it on top. Aaron Maddox in second of Ealing on 547. And James Brown completes the top trio all above the 500 point mark on 507. Good start to the morning's heats then. That rounds up the men's multi-class 100 metre freestyle event. Women are not too far away from entering the pool themselves for their own set of multi-class 100 metre freestyle heats.
The next event in the pool is the women's 100 metres mixed classification freestyle. Heat 1. And the swimmers away first time in the first heat of this women's mixed classification 100 metre freestyle. The first of 3 heats. Of course, this is the second of 10 events we have in this morning's session. In lane 1, which is the closest to the right-hand side, we have Eliza Humphrey of Northampton. Next to her in 2, Leah O'Connell. Lane 3, Portia Jones. Hope Gordon is in lane 4. And in lane 5, Drew Stables. Ella Cooper-Holmes in lane 6. Charlotte Hyde in lane 7. And in lane 8, Ella O'Donnell. Similar to the men's MC100 freestyle beforehand, we're not looking at the fastest times, we are looking at the most mixed classification points. But it's an interesting neck and neck between Drew Stables in 5 and Ella Cooper-Holmes in lane 6. Looking like Drew Stables of Cockermouth will touch back first. In fact, it's lane 4. Hope Gordon, 576 points, a great score to get this heat underway. Drew Stables, 510. Next to her, Portia Jones touches back next of Shrewsbury in 120.14 for 402 points. Ella Cooper-Holmes, Drew Stables' Cockermouth teammate with 493. And Ella O'Donnell in lane 8, still swimming. Let's give us some encouragement for the finish then, ladies and gents. Great to hear that noise. Ponds Forge, and Ella O'Donnell touches back in 147.99 for 250. So Hope Gordon confirmed there, 576 points. That's the top score. Drew Stables, 510, and Ella Cooper-Holmes in 3rd place, 493. Heat number 2.
Take your mark.
Please welcome the swimmers for the second heat. In lane 1, closest to our commentary position on the right-hand side is Georgia Howell. In lane 2, Scarlett Humphrey. Lane 3, Jay McKay. Lane 4, Harriet Dickinson. Lane 5, Eleanor Bamba. Lane 6, Olivia May Cameron. Lane 7, Catriona Chung. And in lane 8, closest to that fantastic crowd over in the main stand on the right-hand side, Katie Moss. Around about 25 metres to go then in lane 4 to Harriet Dickinson. Currently in the lead next to her, Eleanor Bamba. And then the other side in lane 3, Jay McKay putting in a good time here. But it's going to be lane 4, Harriet Dickinson, to be the first to stop the clock touching back. See that time now, 542 points and 500 for Eleanor Bamba as well. Good swims from both of them in the middle lanes. Jay McKay touching back from Dew inside, 490 points for her. Scarlett Humphrey, 330, 415 for Olivia May Cameron. And Katie Moss from Mount Kelly about to touch back in lane number 8 for 343 points. While we wait for the official results, ladies and gents, give our swimmers a warm round of applause. Confirmation there, Harriet Dickinson from Gloucester, 542 points. Eleanor Bamber 500 and Jay McCabe 490. Your top three in heat number 2. Heat 3.
Take your mark.
The third and final heat of this women's multi-classification 100-meter freestyle. Then please welcome the swimmers to the pool. In lane 0, closest to us, in the pink suit from Kimberley, Sophie Woodward. In lane 1 from Beachfield, Genevieve Hunter. From Leicester Penguins in lane 2, Isabel Dean. In lane 3, Maya Briscoe. Lane 4, Catherine Marr. Lane 5, Katie Crowhurst. Next to her in lane 6, it's Aliyah Bachakoglu. Lane 7, Holly Pinder. And in lane 8, on the outside, Madeline Harris. Catherine Marr then from UEA Norwich, going great guns in the middle there. Next to her in lane 5, Katie Crowhurst. Good finish from Crowhurst as well. Making ground on Catherine Marr, but it will be Marr who stops the clock first. 510 points for her, and Katie Crowhurst 495 just behind. Stopping the clock regularly now in those middle lanes. The top score still that from Catherine Marr from UEA Norwich. Let's get behind these swimmers then, ladies and gents. We're getting lots of action on social media, but let's have some action inside the arena. Got Sophie Woodward in lane 0, getting towards the halfway point of her final leg. So let's give her some encouragement, ladies and gents. 25 metres to go. Catherine Marr then with the top score, 510 points in that 113.48. Katie Crowhurst behind her, 114.21 for 495 points. Got Sophie Woodward. She's got a lead time here of 2:27.39. Let's give her a cheer and see if we can get her home inside that time. Keep it going, Sheffield. She'll appreciate that support for that final 10 metres, that top 10 metres. Sophie Woodward from Kimberley, finishing her heat here in the women's 100-metre freestyle mixed classification. And she stops the clock in 2:44.28 for 207 points. Confirmation of the result then. Catherine Marr from UEA Norwich, 510 points in first place. Katie Crowhurst, 495 in second. And Maya Briscoe of Staines, 466 points in third place.
Now time for our next event, ladies and gentlemen. It's the men's 100-metre breaststroke event. We start with heat 1.
Take your mark.
Off and underway then. This is the first of 9 heats in the men's 100 metre breaststroke. In the pool here in lane 3 from Tiverton is Jack Aldridge. In 4 from Dulwich Dolphins, Louis Nguyen. And in 5 from City of Derby, Joe Bagley. So maybe a far emptier pool than what we're used to in the heats for this event, and what we will become used to in the heats for this event as well. However, these 3 all qualifying with very similar entry times indeed. Louis Nguyen with the fastest, 1:14.69, 5/100ths of a second. And Jack Aldridge, who's the slowest seed on paper in this heat. Certainly not going to paper at the moment though. Joe Bagley of City of Derby, the one just with his head in front going in towards the final 15 metres or so. Reminder of course that for each of the events that we see in this event, it will be a case of finals tonight ranging in 5 different age categories. So throughout the heats there will be a lot at stake for all those swimmers. 50 finalist spots in total. Joe Bagley doing his best there to get his name on one of those start lists tonight. 1:14.19 he touches in first. Jack Aldridge in second on 1:15.67. And Louis Nguyen completing the pool there on 1:16.45. Confirmation of that up on the scoreboard. Let's move on now to heat 2.
Take your mark.
Away we go in heat number 2, a much fuller pool this time, but once again, all of these racers going in with very similar lead times. Starting us off in lane 0, we have George Endersby of Reading. Next to him in lane 1, Dominic Bools of Nova Centurion. Jack Smith from Cockermouth in 2. In 3, we have Luke Fowle from Thanet. And in lane 4, Ryan Zhao of Gateshead. In 5, we have Oliver Coote. Lane 6, Oliver Latham. Lane 7, Thomas Storer. And on the outside, in lane 8, we have Joshua Press. Going into this, all of these qualifying within half a second of each other. And it's a good swim on the outside from Joshua Press. He's up there at the moment. Also in lane 1, Dominic Boots. But coming through the middle now, in lane 4, Ryan Zhao, 1:14.22 was his lead time. But keep an eye on lane 1 and lane 6. They're the 2 leading racers at the moment. Dominic Bools and Oliver Latham. It's a good finish from Bools, and this is going to be tight. Keep your eye on the clock. Who'll touch back first? Well, Bools 1:12.12 and Latham 1:12.16. So just 0.4 of a second between those 2. Knocking chunks out of their times before today. Bools 1, Latham 2, Press 3. Time to move on to heat 3.
Take your mark.
Full complement in the pool this time around. In lane 0 from Taunton Dean is Farron Gregory. In 1 from Chesham is Luke Iverson. In 2 representing St Ives is James Quinn. Lane 3 from Bromsgrove is Jacob Elliott. In 4 from Borough of Stockton is Tom Ward. Lane 5 from Chase, Lewis Jones. In 6 representing Mount Kelly is Sander Oponyi. In 7, Harvey Freeman of Northampton. Jake Reynolds of Bolton Metro goes in 8. And in 9 from Swin Bournemouth is Drew McGregor. So well on the road to home then, and more or less at a vertical line for me with 25 metres to go. It's a case of picking one of around 3 or 4 at the moment as to who's going to get the fastest time in this heat. As I say, a lot of different age categories featuring in the heats to come. So these swimmers not directly swimming against each other necessarily, but all nonetheless wanting to come out on top in their respective heats. And what a swim this has been from Drew McGregor on the outside in 9. They'll touch him first on 1:11.59. Second spot is boasted by Jacob Elliott of Bromsgrove. And in third there, it seems like he's joined with Lewis Jones of Chase into that position. So nothing separating second, should I say. Drew McGregor in first, though. A swim Bournemouth with a time of 1:11.59. Very close to call indeed. Let's move on now to Heat 4.
Take your mark.
Once again, a full complement in Heat 4 of 8 in this men's 100-meter open breaststroke competition. In lane 0, we have Louis Metzeler from Deepings. In 1, Benjamin Fannin. In 2, Andrew Rowland of Beckingham. Lane 3, Lewis Moore. In 4, the fastest time in the pool so far this season, Jack Howard. Lane 5, Luke Midgley. 6, Jamie Owen. Ryan Wilcox in 7, Bryn Kusa in 8. And on the right-hand side, Seaman, Parker, Cox, as they all reach the turn. You could pretty much throw a blanket over them as well. Of course, these heats done based on qualification time, so we can expect close racing. And on this near side here in lane 0, Louis Metzeler going very well indeed in the red swim cap. He currently leads, but only just. Keep your eye on lane number 7 as well. Ryan Wilcox in that green cap. He's making pretty good headway too. But if someone can get a big finish, then this is definitely a race to be taken. So in lane 0, Louis Metzeler looking like he might touch back first, but 7 is going to get there. Ryan Wilcox, 11.40. Very fast swim from him. Just pips the man outside him from Bishop Stortford. Bryn Kusa, 1:11.59. And in third place, Luke Midgley from Skipton. Time for Heat 5.
Take your mark.
And with this heat, we surpass the halfway stage of this men's 100-meter breaststroke. 0 from City Milton Keynes is Miles Tradwell. In lane 1 from Worcester, Harvey Lloyd. In 2 from Wickham District is Andrew O. In 3 from City of Sheffield, Owen Ottaway. In 4 from Bournemouth Collegiate is Christian Tye. Alec White of Exeter City goes in lane 5. In 6 from Ealing is George Barnes. George Tyler of Sevenoaks goes in lane 7. In 8 from City of Sheffield is Michaelo Rosenfeld. And in 9 from Modernian is Joshua Bristow. Another close heat on our hands here, 25 metres to go. Just peeking himself in front in lane 3 is Owen Ottaway of City of Sheffield in the red cap, but not by much on the far side as well in lane 9. Joshua Bristow of Modernian going strong. He came into this event, the only swimmer in this heat above 1:12, and he will definitely improve on it here. He won't get first though, that'll go to Owen Ottaway of City of Sheffield, 1:10.22 the winning time. Second spot, that's Christian Tye of Bournemouth Collegiate. Just 200ths of a second ahead of Harvey Lloyd of Worcester, who completes the fastest trio. Up next, it's heat number 6.
Take your mark.
All of the races underway in heat number 6. On the right-hand side, on the first leg, is lane 0 from Marlborough. It's Max Twining. Next to him in lane 1, Jake Lambert from City of Leeds. From Harrogate in 2, it's Joseph Moore. From Camden Swiss Cottage in lane 3, it's Alexander Borisov. In lane 4, Alex Florence of West Norfolk. From City of Liverpool in lane 5, it's Jack Roberts. From Basildon Phoenix in 6, Samuel Bryan. Benjamin Simpson in 7, Frederick Wilkinson in 8. And completing the race in lane 9 is City of Salford's James Duncan. 2 men have posted under 110 this season. That's Alex Florence in lane 4 and Jack Roberts in lane 5. It's the man in lane 5 in the red swim cap currently leading the race. His time going into this was 109.91. He's going to be well inside that when he stops the clock. At 108.69 for Jack Roberts, 109.07 for Samuel Bryan in lane 6 outside him. And then Joseph Moore, 109.54 from Harrogate, takes 3rd position. Let's move on to Heat 7.
Take your mark.
In 0 from Worcester is Samuel Hall. In 1 from Yeovil, Aaron Bartlett. In 2 from Plymouth Leander, Tom Beagley. In 3 from Derwent's side is Joel O'Halloran. In lane 4 from City of Oxford is Team Mackay champion. In 5 is Ealing's John Britton. Lane 6 from Plymouth Leander, Marcus Gardner. In 7 representing City of Manchester Aquatics, Jack O'Brien. In 8 from Mount Kelly, Samuel Peck. And in 9 from Bishop Stortford is Robin Turner. On the rare occasion, it has to be said in these heats so far, the pool forming in a bit of an arrow shape with the point of it being spearheaded by lanes 4 and 5 in particular. Team Mackay champion of City of Oxford is the one in the blue cap in lane 4. He'll get the fastest time as well in that heat, 104.17, improvement on the engine time as well. Second spot posted by Joel O'Halloran of Derwent's side. The top 3 completed this time around by John Britton of Ealing. Up next, the penultimate heat, heat number 8.
Take your mark.
Please welcome the swimmers in Heat 8 of 9. In lane 0 from Nova Centurion, Reese Taylor. Next to him in 1 from Guildford City, Sam Nixon. From University of Stirling in lane 2, Charlie Waddingham. Kevin Walbank of Loughborough University is in lane 3. From Barnet Copthall, it's Yaron Gerber in 4. Luke Howdle from City of Sheffield in 5. Sergei Chet of Guildford City in lane 6. In lane 7 from Plymouth Leander, it's Morgan Newman. From Cockermouth in 8, it's Connor Joyce, and Samuel Neild of Wrekin College is in lane 9 as we approach 25 metres to go. It's an excellent swim so far from Kevin Walbank of Loughborough University in lane 3 in that black swimming cap. He is about half a body's length in front at the moment, but coming strong in lane 5 is Luke Howdle from City of Sheffield. A brilliant strong finish from him. And that's very, very close indeed. Walbank just about gets first place. 105.8, 105.12. Just 0.04 behind him was Howdle after that excellent finish. And Yaron Gerber of Barnet Copthall gets 3rd with 105.52.
And up next, the final heat, heat number 9.
Take your mark.
Final set of 10 taken to the pool then in this event, and in lane 0 from Plymouth Leander is Anna O'Hara. In 1 from Mount Kelly is Ben Harrison. In 2 from Wellingborough is Aaron Flynn. Lane 3 and 4, the Plymouth Leander teammates Harry James and Adam Chillingworth respectively. Lane 5 from Leicester Sharks is David Trickett. Robert Cowley of City of Manchester Aquatics goes in 6. In 7 from Preston, Kenan Young. In 8, representing Halifax, Matthew Gradenus. And in 9, from Devonshire Excel is Joshua Pemberton. All these swimmers then vying for spots in 17 years and over categories. And coming towards the back end of this heat now. Quite clear who's in front. That's Robert Cowley in lane 6 of City of Manchester Aquatics, leaving the rest of the pool in his wake as he comes in towards the wall here. He's tied for second and third, not for first though, 104.3. Robert Cowley takes heat number 9. In second spot, Adam Chillingworth of Plymouth Leander on 105.2. And Harry James completes a Plymouth 2-3 with a time of 106.52. That's your fastest trio from that heat. Confirmation of those times in ascending order will be up on the screen in a few moments' time as that completes the men's 100-metre breaststroke heats.
The next event is the Women's Open 100-metre breaststroke. Heat 1. Three events completed of the 10 scheduled for this morning. Next up is the Women's Open 100-metre breaststroke. We've had a great response on social media this morning. Remember, if you want to get involved, the hashtag to use is SESwimming. We've had a tweet in from Deb. She says, well done, Bryn Cowster, second in his heat. Hashtag Stortford, and Jenny Hibbs has been in touch as well to say good luck to you and Wilson in the 200-metre free. Remember to send in your messages of good luck and tell us how much you're enjoying yourself using the hashtag SESwimming. But now it is time for the Women's Open 100-metre breaststroke, Heat 1.
Take your marks.
Well, similarly to the men's Open 100 breaststroke that we've just seen, we have 9 heats. The first with just 3 competitors. They're ranked in terms of the times that they've swum, so they, in theory at least, get quicker as the heats go on. Please welcome these 3 swimmers in this opening heat. In lane 3, who at the turn will be on the left-hand side, is Clara von Opel of Chelsea and West London. In lane 4, that's the middle lane of these swimmers, from Team Mercia, Madison Nuttall. And in lane 5, from Cleethorpes, we have Ella Bainbridge. Clara and Ella in lanes 3 and 5 have posted identical times of 1:19.81. Madison, the quickest this season in the orange swim cap. She's gone 1:19.63. However, it's Ella Bainbridge from Cleethorpes who's leading the way at the moment in this opening heat. That black swim cap around about a body length in front at the moment. Will she beat that top time? The clock on 1:15 at the moment. She's going to stop it well inside the 1:19.81. 1:18.26 for her. 1:20.19 for Clara von Opel. And Madison Nuttall finishes in third place, 1:20.90. Those results confirmed on the scoreboard now. Heat 2.
Take your marks.
And away we go with heat number 2. Taken to the pool this time around, lane 1 from City of Cambridge, Polly Fish. And 2 from Plymouth Leander, Isabel Bright. And 3 from Nova Centurion is Merwin Jones. And 4 representing Wally Wasps is Jessie Lee Jens. And 5 from Tynemouth, Jasmine Campbell. And then 6 from City of Birmingham, Millie Checkley. And 7, completing a double dose of Plymouth Leander swimmers, is Alexander Matucic. And 8 is Warrington Warriors' Martha Hurst. It was a good week last week for Warrington Warriors here in Ponds Forge. They won the award for the most improved team over the course of those championships. And Martha Hurst will be looking to pick up where her teammates left off last week here in the Steel City. Currently leading the way though in this second heat in lane 6, Millie Checkley of City of Birmingham. And a couple of lanes to her left as well, going well is Merwin Jones of Nova Centurion. The central 2, the fastest 2 on paper, being left behind here by those 2 leading the front. Also joining him in 7 is Alexander Matucic of Plymouth Leander. They are your front 3 coming in towards the wall. Millie Checkley in first, 118.77. In second is Merwin Jones of Nova Centurion. Not much splitting her though, and Millie Checkley. And in third position is Alexander Matucic. Confirmation of those times in ascending order as ever up on the scoreboard for you now. Let's move on to heat number 3.
Take your marks.
Heat number 3 again. All 10 of these swimmers with very, very close qualification times, so let's expect another great race. Please welcome the swimmers. In lane 0 from Team Ipswich, Annabelle Burgess. In lane 1 from Team Luton, Kira Rogers. From Teddington, in 2, it's Madeline Payne. And from UEA Norwich, in lane 3, Charlotte Abramson. Next to her in 4 from City of Bristol, it's Hazel Smith. From Basildon and Phoenix in lane 5, Danielle Hartin. From Tigers Jersey in 6, Elisa Pollock. In 7, Grace Pointer from Plymouth Leander. In 8, from Hailsham, Millie Widdup. And finally from City of Leeds in lane 9, Rebecca Dunn. Well, we did expect a close race, didn't we? But it's all happening on the near side at the moment. In lane 1, Kira Rogers currently leading, but only just from Annabelle Burgess, who's outside her in the blue swim cap in lane 0. Kira Rogers getting stronger as the race goes on, though, and with 5 meters to go, she is going to stop the clock first in 1:17.62. In second place, Elisa Pollock from Tigers Jersey in 1:18.55, and Charlotte Abramson of UEA Norwich, 1:18.57, takes third place. Heat 4.
Take your marks.
Great support as ever coming from the spectator gallery for these swimmers as they are well underway now for this 4th heat. In lane 0 from Stockport Metro is Rebecca Pearson. In 1 from Team Luton is Celine Walmsley. In 2 representing Hatfield, Nadine Smith. In lane 3 representing City of Oxford is Sophia Stiller. In 4 is Imogen Lambert of Flitwick. In 5 from Maxwell is Emily Tomlin-Davies. In 6 from Bromley, Eliza Powell. In 7 from Wigan Best is Faye Bayman. In 8 from Abingdon Vale is Natalia Druitt. And in 9 from Copeland is Rebecca Wilson. Very, very close at the moment between lanes 2 all the way over to lane number 7. Just at the tip of that line in lane 4 is Imogen Lambert of Flitwick, but he's very close to call indeed at the moment, particularly either side of it. You currently see almost swimming simultaneously in Tim and 3 and Dane Smith and Sophia Silla as they come in towards their final few metres. But leading the way in lane 4 is Imogen Lambert of Flitwick. 1:16.25 the winning time in that heat. A couple of seconds away before we get our next set of swimmers into the wall. Dane Smith leading them of Hatfield. 1:18.26. 400ths of a second in the end, ahead of Faye Berman, who touches in third. Confirmation of that up on the scoreboard now. Let's move on to heat number 5.
Take your mark.
We go beyond halfway in these women's 100-metre breaststroke heats then. Heat 5 of 9 in lane 0 from Lincoln Balkans. It's Grace Wilson. In lane 1 from Millfield, Alice Chan. In 2 from Wigan Best, Jennifer Green. In 3 from Dinnerton, Lucy Steer. Lucy Moores is in lane 4 from Rushmore Royals, and from Deventer in lane 5 it's Kelsey Geary. Lane 6 is Caitlin Lynham from Sevenside. In 7, Holly Calloway from Dulwich Dolphins. From Pioneer 79 in lane 8 is Ellie Ward. And in lane 9 from Burnley Bobcats, it's Anna Ashworth. Going into this race, just 0.18 seconds separated every competitor. But it's the swimmer in lane 6, Caitlin Lynham, who's currently in the lead here, but it's a strong finish from lanes 1 and 2 as well. Keep your eye on those closest to the left-hand side as they finish. But I don't think anybody is going to catch Caitlin Lynham in lane 6 from Sevenside. She stops it first in 1:17.06. 2 and 1 finished second and third respectively. Jennifer Green with 1:18.13. Alice Chan of Millfield in third with 1:18.40. Heat 6.
Take your mark.
Lane 0 from Warrington Warriors is Caitlin Shingler. In 1 from Beckenham, Lydia Mitchell. Lane 2 from Nova Centurion is Holly May Dove. Lane 3 from Hales Owen is Olivia J. Catherine Russell of City of Leeds goes in 4. In 5 from City of Bristol is Georgia Gussie. Lane 6 from Carlisle is Sophie Huggan. Lane 7 from Romford Town, Jessica Ayling. Lizane Pinfold of City of Oxford is in 8, and completing the pool in lane number 9 is Atlantis' Amelia Wright. Well, leading the way at the halfway point was Olivia J in lane 3, but difficult to tell with the naked eye here, particularly with the swimmer to her right, Catherine Russell of City of Leeds, looking in very good shape indeed in lane 4. She was the quickest seed in this heat at 1:17.19, not by much though, but she's beginning to show her qualities now coming into the final 10 metres. She's the one leading the way. It's a good swim on the far side as well in lane 9, coming from Amelia Wright of Atlantis. No one is catching Catherine Russell this morning. 1:15.6 in the heat there for her. Second spot taken by Lydia Mitchell in lane 1 of Beckenham at 1:16.8. Moving across to lane 3 for third position, Olivia J and Hales Owen. Confirmation on the scoreboard now. Let's move on to heat number 7.
Take your mark.
Please welcome the swimmers then in heat number 7. In lane 0 on the right-hand side from Southport, Victoria Dawson. Emily Morgan Hughes in lane 1 from Dinnerton. From City of Bradford in lane 2, Hermione Rowe. In lane 3, Courtney Smith of City of Leicester. Lily West of Bath University is in lane 4. Maya Little, City of Oxford, lane 5. Lane 6 is empty. So we move on to lane 7, Natalie Meldrum of Nova Centurion. Amy Corcoran is in lane 8 from Kingston upon Hull, and in lane 9 on the outside from Hatfield, Sophie Payne. Well, it's the pink swim cap in lane 4 at the moment from Bath University's Lily West. She's currently leading from lane 5, Maya Little, City of Oxford. Lily West with the fastest time going into this one, 14.24, but on her outside, Little finishing strong. Is she going to catch her? She just might, you know. Keep your eye on that clock. Who'll stop it first? Well, close indeed. Lily West just gets there. 1:15.21 from Bath University. Maya Little takes second, 1:15.28, and in third, lane 9 on the outside from Hatfield, it's Sophie Payne, 1:16.65. Time for heat number 8.
Take your mark.
And away we go with the penultimate heat in these women's 100-metre breaststroke events. In lane 0 from Borough of Newham is Camelia Stoimanova. In 1 from City of Bristol, Evie Rose-Young. Going in 2 from City of Peterborough is Lauren Harrison. In 3 from Mount Kelly, Morgan Penny. 4 representing Barking and Dagenham is Brock Whiston. In 5 from Royal Wolverhampton is Eleanor Hatton. In 6 from Atlantis is Lily Davis. Going in 7 from Borough of Kirklees is Emily Hurst. In 8 from Dulwich Dolphins, Frances New. And in 9 from Great Yarmouth is Honey Harvey. Well, a very disfigured formation indeed in the pool here, particularly in the central 4 lanes. Leaving the rest of the pool behind at the moment. Morgan Penny in lane 3 of Mount Kelly. Of course, though, we've seen in the last few heats how it can all change going in towards the dying embers of these heats, and we're seeing that now in lane 6. Lily Davis of Atlantis coming on strong in the last quarter of this back 50. She will get in there first on 1:14.39, not by much though, ahead of Morgan Penny. In 3rd position, Eleanor Hatton of Royal Wolverhampton in lane 5. Very close indeed between lanes 3, 5 and 6. Lily Davis coming out on top, as you can see on the scoreboard now. Let's go on to our final heat, heat 9.
Take your mark.
All swimmers up and racing in the final heat of the Women's Open 100-metre breaststroke. Please welcome to lane 0 in the pink and black swimsuit of pool, it's Jasmine McRae. In lane 1 from York City, Eleanor Howcroft. In lane 2 from Isle of Man, Stephanie Brew. Emily Gordon's in lane 3 from Boldmere. From City of Cambridge in 4, it's Catherine Lovies. Burnley Bobcats represented in lane 5 by Miranda Boa. Shannon Campbell is in lane 6. In lane 7, Holly McGarver from Radford. Lane 8, Georgia Hittner from Wirral Metro. And in lane 9 from Leatherhead, it's Anna Stansfield. And it's lane 2, Stephanie Brew currently leading them out, but next to her in 3, 4, 5 and 6. Very interesting race indeed. Talking about lane 6, Shannon Campbell in that yellow swim cap with those long strokes. Just looking for a second like she was going to come back and eat into Stephanie Brew's lead, but it's going to be Brew who touches first, ahead of Catherine Loveys in second and Miranda Boa in third place. We're just to wait for confirmation of those times. Shannon Campbell just dipping under 1 minute 15 seconds there. An excellent time for the Warrington swimmer. Confirmation then of the times on the screen right now. Stephanie Brew, Isle of Man in first, 1:14.52. Shannon Campbell, Warrington in second. Catherine Loveys in third, 1:15.30.
So that concludes the women's 100-metre breaststroke heats. We'll move on very shortly to our next event, but a quick breather means we can go across to the social media and the hashtag #SESwimming. Lots of you getting involved as ever in venue and on the live stream as well. Ian says, great swim and personal best coming this morning from Luke Midgley, riding the wave of success for Skipton to take fourth in the 100 breast final this evening, and well done to him. Also, Modernia saying a fab swim for Josh in the 100 breast, a 1 second PB and fastest into tonight's final. Joe says, fantastic swim by Millie Tomlin Davis of Maxwell. All watching in the office. That's what we like to do today. People at work, getting on the live stream, rebelling to watch the swimming.
Absolutely. If you are watching on the stream, then do get in touch and let us know who you are supporting and who you're going to be watching. But in the meantime, it is time to get on with the next event, which is the Men's Open 200-metre freestyle.
This is heat number 1.
Take your mark.
And away we go. Lane 2 from Truro City is Thomas Trevelcock. In 3 from Adventure Excel is Jacob Whittle. 4 from Bromley is Thomas Woolley. James Hart of Reading goes in 5. In 6 from City of Coventry is Tommy Smith. And in 7 from Nova Centurion is Jimmy Knowles. Very late stages, of course, in this heat. Lane 4 currently leading the way. Thomas Woolley of Bromley, who's seeded fastest in this heat with an entry time of 2:06.59. You can see the central 4 at the moment are the ones breaking away from the outside 2. Well, Thomas Trevelcock in 2 and Jimmy Knowles in 7. We've reached the halfway point. The split times there telling us that Thomas Woolley is the one currently leading the way. Those 4 swimmers who are darting ahead down the centre, all managing to get split times underneath 1 minute, which bodes very well for all 4 of them if they're to beat their entry times coming into this event. Of course, you'd suspect with the early heats that swimmers are just as focused on getting PBs and season's best as they are actually qualifying for the finals tonight. But of course, they will want to make sure that they give themselves the best opportunity possible in qualifying in one of those 5 age group finals that we'll see tonight. A reminder of those age category finals for the men: it's the 13-14 year final, we have a 15-year final, 16-year final, 17-year final and the 18 years and over final. All these swimmers are in the 13-14 year category, and they're coming towards the final 25 metres now, directly competing against each other here for the fastest times possible, with Tommy Smith of City of Coventry leading the way in lane 6. Just inside of him, James Hart of Reading looks as if he'll take second. Third will be very close between Jacob Whittle and Thomas Woolley, but Tommy Smith gets there first, 2:03.85 the winning time. James Hart in second of Reading on 2:05.36, and just winning that battle there for third by 2/10 of the second, Jacob Whittle of Adventure. Of course, it's not about where you finish in the heats as to where you get to the finals or not. All about those times. And Tommy Smith coming out on top in that one, as you can see, with the confirmation on the scoreboard now. And incoming in a couple of moments' time will be heat number 2.
Take your mark.
full complement in heat number 2 then, all 10 lanes filled. So let's welcome the swimmers in lane 0. Going very well from the start as well. From Wantage, it's Gio Ratui. In lane 1, from City of Oxford, Nicholas Skelton. As all of the swimmers reach the turn for the first of 4 lengths. Lane 2, from Millfield, Sean Patrick McGowan. Lane 3, from Hillingdon, Dylan Charner. Lane 4, Jevon Penny of Northampton. In lane 5, Nova Centurions, Joseph Kingsland. In lane 6, from Thanet Swim, Charlie Langford. In 7, Nathan Woodrow from UEA Norwich. In lane 8, Arian Lally from Hillingdon. And in lane 9, as we reach the halfway point, from Guildford City, Daniel Donovan. Well, the turn there, we've got a few reaching it in under the 1 minute mark, so very quick times over the first 100 metres of this. Going into this heat, Jevon Penny and Joseph Kingsland, they had the quickest entry times in lane 4 and 5 respectively, 2:05.44. But again, very close, all of these heats evenly seeded. So we're approaching the final 50 metres, and it'll be lane 3 and lane 7 who get to that final turn first. A big 50 metres to get in that best time and try and qualify for this evening's finals. The 2 quickest times, Jevon Penny and Joseph Kingsland, they're being left behind a little bit, and it's the swimmer in lane 6, Charlie Langford of Thanet Swim, in that white swim cap, who was pulled away in the final 50 metres. A brilliant finish to the race for him as the clock ticks towards 2 minutes. What will they stop the clock in? Charlie Langford, 2:02.52, followed by Nathan Woodrow outside him from UEA Norwich, 2:04.26 for him. And in third place, Nicholas Skelton, City of Oxford. But Charlie Langford with the quickest time in heat number 2, 2:02.52. He takes the win from Woodrow and Skelton. Next up, it's heat 3.
Take your mark.
Off and underway with heat number 3 and 0 from Dulwich Dolphins is Willem Costa. And 1 from Royal Wolverhampton is Thomas Watkin. Thomas Wyatt of Devonshire goes in 2. In 3 from City of Salford is Ewan Wilson. In 4, representing Sevenoaks, is Nathaniel Rodriguez. And Nicol of Stafford goes in 5. In 6 from Hales Owen, Robert Jennings. Lewis Moore of Dayburn is in 7. In 8 from City of Coventry, Louis Fenson. And in lane 9 from City of Milton Keynes is Jamie Hands, coming up towards the halfway point in this heat. Leading the way in lane 5, really clear to see, Finn Nicol of Stafford. Looking very brisk indeed here in the pool, 58.46 is split time at the halfway point. Very close between the rest of the pool right now, all the way from 0 up to lane 9. Currently just managing to get into second by a fingernail or 2 in 4 is Nathaniel Rodriguez of Sevenoaks. As I say though, other competitors looking very sharp here in this heat. All but one of the swimmers in the 15-year category, so most of them swimming directly against each other. The one exception is Jamie Hands in lane 9 of City of Milton Keynes, who is in the 13-14-year category. So a straight shootout this between around 5 or 6 swimmers as they turn for home into the final 30 metres now. Doing well on the near side, Willem Costa of Dulwich Dolphins. He looks as if he's knocking around the front few positions, as is Finn Nicol of Stafford, who has done from the start. Late challenge being made by Louis Fenson in lane 8 from City of Coventry. Will it be too late from him? Look at this charge from Nathaniel Rodriguez as well in lane 4 of Sevenoaks, almost hugging that rope to his right-hand side as they come in towards the wall. Very close indeed. In front of the 6 or 7, should I say, lane 5, Finn Nicol, getting the fastest time, 2:02.52. Second spot is held by Ewan Wilson of City of Salford. And in third, Willem Costa of Dulwich Dolphins, but it was very close indeed between that front 7. all separated by less than half a second. Confirmation of that up on the scoreboard then. Up next is Heat 4.
Take your mark.
Three very competitive heats so far in this competition, and we expect the same in the fourth. And it's been a brilliant start in lane 3 from Benjamin Samuels with that blue swim cap. But let's welcome the swimmers as they approach the first 50 metres already. In lane 0, Alexander Hindle of City of Birmingham from Crew Flyers. In lane 1, it's Marcus Cook. In lane 2, Basildon Phoenix's James Cooper. And in lane 3, he's been caught by the pack now from Bournemouth College, Benjamin Samuel. In lane 4, from Derwent side, it's Aaron Beckford. In lane 5, from Daventio, Casper Reynard. In 6, Zachary Derrick from City of Bristol. City of Cambridge's Harvey Skellen is in 7 as we reach the halfway point. From Matt Kelly in lane 8, Joseph Russell. And in lane 9, on the outside, from Amersham, should I say, it is Jamie Owen. It's lane 2, leading things out now from Basildon Phoenix. That's James Cooper in that orange swim cap. Just on his right-hand side in lane 1 is the closest to him from Crew Flyers. That's Marcus Cook. But over on the far side, from our viewing point, Joseph Russell from Mount Kelly going very well too. But he's left his lanes left and right from the outside, so he's going to have to go it alone for the final 50 metres. Just dropped back a bit at the turn, so James Cooper leading, but just catching him in lane 1 is Marcus Cook from Crew Flyers. He's going to need a big finish. And also in lane 4, Aaron Beckford from Derwent side as well in that white swim cap. He's going well, but it's going to be between 2, 4 and 8, and it's a big strong finish in lane 8 from Joseph Russell of Mount Kelly. Will it be enough? Final few strokes, and they stop the clock very, very closely indeed. 2 minutes 27 for James Cooper, and Joseph Russell 2 minutes 0.52 in second place. In third, it's Aaron Beckford in lane 4 from Derwent side, 2:01.19, and there is the confirmation. Cooper from Russell from Beckford. Now it's time to move on to Heat 5.
Take your mark.
Mixture of interest in this heat number 5 with 15-year-old swimmers and 16-year-old swimmers as well, both competing in 2 different age categories, but here in the pool, United as one and battling for a quicker time as possible. In lane 0 from City of Coventry is Jaime Connell. In 1 from Wickham District is Joshua Williams. Ralph Munster of City of St Albans goes in 2. In lane 3 from City of Birmingham, Jacob Davies. William Chapman of Barnet Copthall goes in 4. In 5 from City of St Albans is Jude Lydiard. William Barber of City of Lincoln goes in 6. Henry Pearce from City of Peterborough is in lane 7. In 8 from Melton Mowbray is William Graham. And in lane 9, last but by no means least, from Gloucester is Adam Hall. Well, what a start in the first 100 has been made by Jacob Davies of City of Birmingham in lane 3. He was here last week for the British Swimming Summer Championships and certainly not showing any sign of fatigue so far. The question is, has he gone too early? The rest of the pool looking determined to hunt him down. At the moment, it looks like packs of 3, lane 0 to 2 and also 4 to 6. All very even with each other indeed. But as Jacob Davies goes into his last 50, he looks very unchallenged at the moment. 2:02.01, his entry time looks well on the course for defeating that. The buffer between him and the rest of the pool beginning to evaporate a little bit. Lane 0, Jaime Connell of City of Coventry beginning to break from that aforementioned pack of 3 that were mentioned on this near side. As is Ralph Munster now, City of St Albans in 2 as well, and the late charge being made in 5 by Jude Lydia of City of St Albans. So the front 6 and 7 going to be very close, especially when you factor in lanes 8 and 9 as well. But at the front, Jacob Davies out like a flash, continuing where he left off as well. 1:58.01 is the winning time. Jaime Connell wins the pack of the peloton, 2:0.98. And in 3rd position is Jude Lydiard of City of St Albans. Confirmation on the scoreboard there. Jude Lydiard just coming out on top ahead of his St Albans teammate Ralph Munster for 3rd as we move on to Heat 6.
Take your mark.
Heat 6 of 8, and already some great support for the swimmers here. So let's welcome them to the pool. In lane 0 from Havant and Waterlooville, we have Theo Rogers. In 1 from Wickham District, Benjamin Prosser. Henry Offin is in lane 2 from Guildford City. William Riley of Bath University is in 3. From Loughborough University in 4, it's Nathan Wells. City of Peterborough's Jamie Scholes is in 5. In lane 6, we have Connor Harold of Basildon Phoenix. From Mount Kelly in 7, it's Henry Dixon. Of Ealing, it's Oscar Jameson in lane 8, and on the outside in lane 9 from Berkhamsted, it's James Jennels as we reach the halfway point, and it's the swimmer in lane 4. Nathan Wells from Loughborough University, who's doing the damage at the moment, but he's closely followed by William Riley in the blue of Bath, and then just outside him, Henry Offin as well. So an interesting race between those 3, close to each other. Going well in lane 1 is Benjamin Prosser, just sort of dragging that pack on the right-hand side along with him. But going into the final 50 metres, Nathan Wells from Loughborough will take the lead. Second to that final turn is William Riley from Bath University, who's going to need a strong finish to pit the Loughborough man. As we approach the final 25 metres of this 200 heat, it's going to be Nathan Wells looking stronger and stronger as this heat gets towards the end. He had the quickest lead time going in of 1:55.71. He could finish inside that as well. The clock just ticking over 1:50 now. 1:53.28 for Wells. In second place, it's Scholes, 1:56.15, and Connor Harold of Basildon Phoenix picking up 3rd in 1:57.04 in heat number 6 of 8 in this 200-metre freestyle competition. Confirmation then, Wells from Scholes, from Harold. Let's move on to heat number 7.
Take your mark.
Lane 0 this time around is Royal Wolverhampton's Ben Cope. Next to him is teammate in 1, Kane Murcup. In lane 2 from Borough of Harrow is Ben Hooper. In 3 from Wigan Best is Declan Hall. Adel Al-Fakir of Northampton is in lane 4. In 5 from Ealing, John Britton. In 6 representing Leatherhead is James Wilkes. In 7 from Maxwell, William Martin. In 8 from Street, Herbie Hallett. And on the outside lane, completing a double dose of Maxwell swimmers is Matthew Burton. But we come towards the halfway point then. Of course, as we progress through the heats in each of the events, we will see more and more of the senior swimmers coming into play. So the higher echelons of the age categories being present in this pool in particular right now. In lane 3, Declan Hall in the 18 years and over category, going along very nicely indeed, alongside James Wilkes in 6. Also in the same age category, those two, the leading duo, but coming down the centre in lanes 4 and 5, as you may expect. Adel Al-Fakir, the fastest seed, with a time of 1:55.34, alongside John Britton as well in 5 of Ealing, as they make the turn for home. And it's still James Wilkes in lane 6, holding on to a very marginal lead at the moment. It's certainly going to get very interesting between those central 4 lanes. And just on the periphery as well, in lane number 7, is William Martin of Maxwell. So when we come towards the final 20 metres, still James Wilkes, the man to beat here, but his gap is getting smaller and smaller, being strangled by John Britton and Adel Al-Fakir in 5 and 4 respectively. Declan Hall still up there in lane 3 as well. I think James Wilkes is going to take it. Does too. 1:15.47. Second spot, John Britton manages to get there ahead of Adel Al-Fakir and Declan Hall, who finished 3rd and 4th respectively. It's confirmation of that penultimate heat will be coming up on the scoreboard in a couple of moments' time. Don't suspect too much will change at the top though. James Wilkes of Leatherhead on top, 1:55.47. Next is our final heat, heat number 8. And confirmation of that result of heat number 7 up on the scoreboard now. As we suspected, a lot of suspenseful that result, but nothing changing at the top. James Wilkes coming out on top, John Britton 2nd, Declan Hall in 3rd. And we are good to go with our final heat next. It's heat number 8.
Take your mark.
The 8th and final heat in this men's open 200-metre freestyle then. Let's welcome the swimmers in lane 0 on the right-hand side from City of Hereford, Finn Lewis Gale. In lane 1 from Wirral Metro, Elliot Pickford. In lane 2 from Wigan Best, we have Harley Benches. In lane 3 from Northampton, Liam Snook. And in 4, Lewis Clough, City of Salford. In lane 5 there in the middle from Ellesmere College Titans, we have Nathan Wells. Joel Waterson from Isle of Man is in 6. In 7, Jared Armstrong, City of Manchester Aquatics. Lane 8, Matthew Richmond, Northampton. In lane 9 from City of St Albans, we have Michael Ripper. And first to the turn at the halfway point in lane 4 is Lewis Clough from City of Salford. He's got that yellow swim cap there leading us out, breathing to his left-hand side. Going into this heat, he's the only one to post a lead time of under 1:55, 1:54.89. It's a good swim as well in lane 2 at the moment from Harley Benches from Wigan Best. Going into the final 50 then, it will be Lewis Clough leading them out, and the man from Wigan Best in 2nd place. The split times all up on the big screen there as well. You need to keep your eyes on the numbers on the right-hand side to note the position. So Benchies finishing strong in lane 2, but it's still the man in lane 4, Lewis Clough, in the lead. But it's a really strong finish in lane 2 from Harley Benchies. He's going to stop the clock first as well in those red swim shorts. Stops it in 1:54.03. A great time from him. Clough in 2nd. He led throughout the race, but it was a strong finish from the Wigan Best man to win it. Liam Snook of Northampton in 3rd. We'll just wait for confirmation of those results. But barring any extreme anomalies, that will be the end of the men's 200 freestyle competition. So the results are up on the board. Harley Benches of Wigan Best in 1st place. Lewis Clough, City of Salford in 2nd. Liam Snook of Northampton in 3rd place. And that brings a close to the men's 200-metre freestyle. Next up, we have the women's 200 freestyle.
So rapidly going through the heats in this morning's session. So far, day number 1 of the Swim England Summer Championships here in Ponds Forge. And we look to the hashtag. Lots of you still getting involved. Fantastic to see. Harry says, well done to Grace Pointer for getting into the finals today for the 100 breaststroke. Tony also says a PB for Ralph from St Albans. Well done, mate. Olivia saying well done to Aaron in the 100 breaststroke. And swim coach Kate says well done to Charlie, qualifying first in the 200 free for the final tonight. Make sure you do keep those tweets coming in. Hashtag SE Swimming is where you want to be, whether you're in venue or watching on the live stream. Make sure you get involved. We're now ready now for our next event. It's the women's 200-metre freestyle, and we begin as ever with heat number 1.
Take your mark.
And likewise to the men's event, 8 heats involved here. In the first of them, lane 2 from City of Oxford is Gretel Goodgame. In 3 from Harlow is Kerry Spreely. Lane 4 from Guildford City is Jasmine Findlay. Lane 5 from Plymouth Leander is Ella Bardgett. And in 6 from Halifax is Gina Speakman. Only swimmer in the pool here, getting an entry time below 2:14 is Jasmine Findlay in lane 4. 2:13.98 her entry time. Very tight, of course, in these early stages of these heats here. It's currently the 2 down the heart of the pool. Jasmine Findlay in 4 and Ella Bardgett in lane 5, who are very close to each other indeed. As we come up towards the halfway point, good start being made as well by Gretel Goodgame of City of Oxford in lane 2. Split times are going to be interesting here. It is Jasmine Findlay leading the way. Kerry Spreely and Gretel Goodgame not separated at all after 100 metres. And those 3 looking to leave the rest of the pool behind. Of course, easier said than done. And when you look at paper at these 5 swimmers, all in the 12-13 year category, you expect something very tight to materialise in this heat. Of course, with the women's events, the age category is slightly different to that of the men's. There is the 12-13 year category, the 14 year category, 15 year category, 16 year category, and the senior category is 17 years and over. All these swimmers, as I say, in the lower age category of 12 to 13 year olds are directly competing against each other here for the same 10 spots in tonight's finals. And of course, there are a lot of swimmers in this category to come as well. Who's going to set the benchmark for those in that age group as we come in towards the final 15 metres? Well, it still is looking very close between Kerry Spreely of Harlow in lane 3 and Jasmine Findlay of Guildford City in lane 4. It's going to go right down to the wire this as they come towards the wall. Who's going to get the first touch? Ooh, very close indeed. Jasmine Findlay of Guildford City getting there just ahead of Kerry Spreely in the end. Great swimming those between them 2. Great tussle towards the end. In 3rd position is Gretel Goodgame of City of Oxford. 2:15.94 sees her complete the fastest trio. Let's move on now to heat number 2.
Take your mark.
Heat number 2 of 8. And it's a quick start in lane 0 from Plymouth Leander's Oriana Knoll. Outside her in lane 1 from Teddington, Beatrice Varley. In 2 from Guildford City, Abigail Poulton. And in 3 from City of Manchester Aquatics, it's Kira Tomasello. Lois Keys is in lane 4 from City of Liverpool. And outside her in lane 5, Safira Gabani, City of Sheffield. In 6 from Exeter City, it's Charlotte Emery. Erin Donnelly is in 7 from Borough of Stockton. In lane 8, Hermione Rowe from City of Bradford. And in 9, as we approach the halfway point of the race, from Team Ipswich, it's Sophia Button. Well, first to the turn at the halfway point will be lane 1, and that's Beatrice Varley of Teddington in that orange swim cap. But lane 5 and lane 9 not far behind her. That's Safira Gabani in lane 5 and Sophia Button in that blue swim cap over on the far side in lane 9. Of course, as in all the heats, multiple age groups here. Hermione Rowe in lane 8, she is the youngest racer in this heat. She's 12 years of age. Safira Gabani, the fastest, well, the joint fastest entry time going in as we approach the final 50 metres here. It's lane 1, Beatrice Varley, who's the first to the turn, but going well on the far side in lane 9. It's Sophia Button as well. These two, well, they've left the lanes either side of them behind, so they're out there swimming alone. In the middle as well, in lane 5, Safira Gabani still going well, but approaching the last 10 metres, it's going to be the swimmer in lane 1, barring a miraculous finish from someone else, Beatrice Varley, who's going to take it. Approaching the end now, she stops the clock in 2:10.78. Safira Gabani in 5, just behind her, 2:11.18. And in third position, all the way in lane 9, Sophia Button from Team Ipswich, 2:11.80 for third. We'll just await the final confirmation of those, and there it is. Varley first, Gabani second, Button third, Emery fourth. We will now move on to heat number 3.
Take your mark.
Lane 0 from West Suffolk is Anurad Evans. And 1 from Wickham District is Adel Zakazewski. And 2 representing Royal Wolverhampton is Elena Mole. And the West of Stockport Metro goes in 3. In 4 from Bexley is Scarlett Orchard. And 5 from Newquay is Emma Nettleton. Southport's Jessica Morgan goes in 6. In 7 from City of Milton Keynes is Charlotte Wynne-Jones. In 8 from Nova Centurion, Chloe Quinn. And Lucy Headley of Tynemouth completes the pool in lane number 9. Well, this is by far and away the closest first 100 that we have seen so far in these heats. We probably have to include the men's event in that as well as we come up towards the first 100 metres. Just slightly getting herself in front in lane 5. Here's Emma Nettleton of Newquay, but not by much, particularly ahead of Jessica Morgan in lane 6 of Southport. In fact, it is the latter who leads the way on those split times by 400ths of a second. But as I say, very difficult to call at this moment in time as to who's going to take this heat. Mixture of interest as well, once again, 12, 13-year-olds and also 14-year-olds present in the pool here. But for now, all directly competing against each other for the fastest times possible. And of course, it is great in the heats when you do have a mixture of age categories. The younger swimmers can pit their wits against those who maybe have a little bit more experience. It can push them along to maybe go a couple of seconds quicker than they would have done had they been with swimmers in their own category. So certainly a good challenge for all these swimmers, regardless of the age category, coming into the final 30 metres now. Slightly breaking away towards the front in lane 3 is Amy West of Stockport Metro, and in 6 as well, Jessica Morgan of Southport, who led at the halfway stage, but not by much in terms of what the naked eye could see. But now, coming in towards the final few throws of this heat, she is the one to beat alongside Amy West. Amy West will beat her though, 2:11.21. The winning time in that heat by 700ths of a second ahead of Jessica Morgan. And in third position, completing the fastest trio there, Anurad Evans of West Suffolk in lane 0. Of course, Anurad Evans competing for Team GB earlier this summer in the European Junior Championships in Israel. She completes the top 3 in that, with West in first, Morgan in second. Up next, heat number 4.
Underway in heat number 4. Swimming in lane 0 from Wrekin College is Ella Thatcher-Plant. To her left in lane 1, Josie Carroll from Southport. In lane 2, from Team Mercia, it's Laura Griffiths as we reach the turn for the first 50 metres. In 3, Rebecca Flisher from Nova Centurion. From Mid-Sussex, in lane 4 is Charlotte Johnson. Tia Gardner swims in lane 5 from Chelmsford. From Basildon Phoenix, in lane 6, it's Ellie Wheeler. In 7, from Bournemouth College is Ella Chown. No swimmer in lane 8, so on the outside, on her own, but currently leading the race from Borough of Waltham Forest is Emily Eiley. In fact, it's the 2 swimmers on the outside lanes making the real inroads at the moment. First to the turn at the halfway point is Emily Eiley. All in black in lane 9. It's pretty close in the middle though. 6, 5 and 4 are all pretty neck and neck. The swimmer in lane 4 is Charlotte Johnson. She's just making her way out ahead of that group, but coming in lane 6 and just catching her now is Ellie Wheeler. The swimmer on the near side from our commentary position is Emily Eiley. She's doing well too as we approach the final 50 metres. As the lead swimmers take the turn for the last time. Ella Thatcher-Plant leads from lane 0. Emily Eiley in lane 9 as well. So 0 and 9 leading the way at the moment, but in the middle it's really bunching up. In lane 4, Charlotte Johnson just about, well, she's actually taking the lead now. It's a strong finish from the swimmer in the blue cap. Johnson from Gardner in 5. A good finish coming up in 0 from Thatcher-Plant as well. Eiley just waning as we get to the end. Who'll stop the clock first? It's Charlotte Johnson. 2:10.45. Tia Gardner finishing well too. 2:10.81 in lane 5 to take second. And Ella Thatcher-Plant just holding on to 3rd place over there in lane 0 from Wrekin College. 2:10.88. Those are the unofficial times for heat number 4. We'll just wait for them to be confirmed in time order and in position order. Always eager swimmers in the pool looking up to see those times and when they will be confirmed. Still 4 heats to go in this competition as well. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that we still have plenty of heats to come today, and of course we have the finals to these heats as well. So if you've not got your tickets, then make sure you do join us on the live stream. We'll be bringing you every swim and every session, and of course we want your support. There's been a lovely atmosphere this morning inside the arena, and we've had some great messages of good luck and support from at home as well. Keep those coming in using the hashtag #SESwimming. It's been great to hear from you, and it gives me and Jono a good pat on the back to know that people are listening as well. So let us know who you're swimming. We've heard from Ealing Swim Club. Good morning, Heats. Aaron, John and Oscar all through to the finals. George swims a personal best but just misses out on the final. We've also heard from Reading Swimming Club as well. A very warm welcome to everyone from Reading Swimming Club, whether you're here in the venue or watching at home. Congratulations, James Hart, for making the final of the 13 to 14 years 200-metre freestyle in a lifetime best time. Of course, it's all about swimming as well as you can here, and we've had some wonderful times already this morning as we're still waiting for the confirmation of the times in this Women's Open 200-metre freestyle heat number 4. Whilst we're talking about social media as well, ladies and gents, there's an area just outside this main pool area. It's got some props, it's got a camera, and we'd like you to get dressed up and send some pictures in using that hashtag #SESwimming. We'll be keeping our eye on those pictures, and we'll be giving out some prizes for the best ones as well. So as well as sending in your selfies, get involved in that social media area and send your pictures in. We do now have confirmed time. Charlotte Johnson, 2:10.45 takes first. Tia Gardner, 2:10.81 takes second. Ella Thatcher-Plant, 2:10.88 takes third. Now let's move on to heat 5.
Lane 0 from Barnes is Adelaide Gradilis. P1 from Colchester, Sophie Freeman. Then a Theobald of Sandwell goes in 2. In 3 from City of Leicester is Chloe Baxter. Mackenzie Wyatt of City of Peterborough goes in 4. In 5, in a home pool from City of Sheffield is Izzy May Reeves. Lane 6 from Team Bath is Alice Barton. Eleanor Hextall of Kingston upon Hull is in lane 7. In 8 from Southport is Jessica Law. And in lane 9 from Team Bath is Amy Gordon. Lanes 1 to 4 looking particularly strong so far in the early throws of this heat, coming up towards the halfway point. Also a good start being made in lane 9 from Amy Gordon. As we look down the centre lane 4, I think Mackenzie White's the one who's going to get the first touch at the halfway point. In fact, no, it is Sophie Freeman in lane 1 of Colchester, who's in the 12-13 year age category. There are still quite a few in that lower age group present in the pool here as well. Adelaide Gradilis in 0, Sophie Freeman in 1, as I mentioned. Chloe Baxter in 3, Izzy May Reeves in 5. All in the 12-13 year age group, directly battling for the same places in the same final tonight. Here we come towards the three-quarter hour. Mackenzie White now the one to beat the City of Peterborough. Split time of 1:36.08 there. Looks good for her to beat their entry time of 2:10.61. She incidentally was 600ths of a second quicker than Izzy May Reeves in lane 5. Bit more of a buffer separating those two this time around in the pool. Nearest challenger to Mackenzie White is still in the form of Sophie Freeman in lane 1, always wearing the green and blue, very bright costume indeed, with the yellow cap. Cannot miss Sophie Freeman. She will not come out in first though in this heat. That will be Mackenzie Wyatt who gets that title, 2:09.11, ahead of Sophie Freeman. In third position, Chloe Baxter of City of Leicester. All 10 swimmers have come towards the wall now, which means we can look at those confirmed times coming up on the scoreboard. Mackenzie White separated by Sophie Freeman by 0.53 seconds. Looks like we may have a slight delay once again on those times coming in. In fact, there we are, right on cue. Heat 5 confirmed on the scoreboard now. Let's go to heat 6.
Take your marks.
Away first time in heat number 6, so let's welcome the swimmers. In lane 0 from Bishop Stortford, it's Mia Carter. In 1 from Kingston upon Hull, it's Abby Bowden. Elizabeth Woodcock goes in lane 2 from Preston, and in lane 3 Thea O'Keefe from Poole. In lane 4 from Loughborough University, it's Amrita Robson. In 5, Jane Brown from Newcastle. From Wrekin College, in 6, it's Zara Lelou. And in 7, from Romford Town, Emily Milton. From Wigan Best, in 8, it's Charlotte Nesta. And in 9, from Bromley, it's Tamrin Van Selm. Well, leading them out at the moment, it's no surprise, Loughborough University's Amrita Robertson. She has got the quickest lead time as we reach the halfway point. 2:06.53, that is the quickest in the field for Amrita. She's in the purple swim cap, currently leading them out from lane 4. A real mix of the age groups as well. Amrita, the eldest competitor in lane 4, 19 years of age, but over on the left-hand side as they swim up, reaching the final length now, is Tamrin Van Selm of Bromley, just 13 years of age. Amrita Robson out on her own though. She is the first to reach the turn. Second to reach the turn is lane 3, Thea O'Keefe from Poole. And it's somewhat of an arrowhead in those middle lanes, but way out in front is Amrita Robertson of Loughborough University. To her right-hand side in second place is Jane Brown of Newcastle. To her left in lane 3 is Thea O'Keefe of Poole. And the rest of them, well, it's all pretty tight. But stopping the clock first in lane 4 will be Amrita Robertson. 2:04.64 for her, followed by Jane Brown of Newcastle, 2:08.45, and Thea O'Keefe of Poole, 2:09.24. Amy Bowden provisionally in 4th place from Kingston upon Hull, 2:10.08. We will, of course, wait for those to be officially confirmed. Still 2 heats to come after this one, of course, as well, before we move on to the men's 100-metre breaststroke. And there we do have confirmation. Amrita Robinson, Loughborough University, 2:04.64 takes first. Jane Brown, 2:08.45 of Newcastle second. Thea O'Keefe of Poole, 2:09.24 in 3rd position. Now let's move on to heat 7.
And just
Take your mark.
and away we go with heat number 7. In lane 0 from Team Bath is Misty Marshall-Welly. In 1 is City of Peterborough's Poppy Richardson. Going in 2 from Plymouth Leander is Lucy Armitage. In 3 from Wickham District, Rachel Cox. Glyda Britton of Wandsworth goes in 4. 5 from RTW Monson is Caitlin Fearon. In 6 from Hemel Hempstead is Alice Fender. In lane 7 from Deventio, Charlotte Hall. In lane 8, representing City of Peterborough is Mia Leach. And in 9 from Barnet Cockthorpe is Fleur Lewis. Now we come towards the halfway point. Alice Fender of Hemel Hempstead, the one leading the way. Just inside of her in lane 5, Caitlin Fearon up there in 3rd position. And Lydia Britton currently in 2nd after the first 100. Of course, that can all change as we go into the next 2 lengths of the pool. Lydia Britton of Wandsworth, the oldest here in this heat, and also got the quickest entry time as well of 2:06.36. He's in that 17-year and over category, alongside Rachel Cox in 3 and Caitlin Fearon in lane 5. So those 3 definitely eyeing each other up at the start of this heat. And certainly Lydia Britton now in lane 4, starting as she needs to go on in the last 50. She's the one to beat now. Rachel Cox in lane 3 just behind her. Caitlin Fearon in lane 5, slightly on the periphery, which is allowing Poppy Richardson in lane 1 of City of Peterborough to come in to the argument for those front 3 positions. Also up there, Poppy Richardson's City of Peterborough teammate, Mia Leach, in lane 8. It's going to be a very tight battle between that front 5 for those top 3 positions coming in towards the wall. Remember, it's not about those positions, it's about the times, but of course, finishing near the front positions in that heat, very important indeed. Lydia Britton will top the tree at the end of that one, 2:06.37. Rachel Cox touching in next in 2nd position. Now Mia Leach comes out on top in the battle of the City of Peterborough swimmers with a time of 2:09.19. She completes the fastest trio that time around. Caitlin Fearon not missing too far out the top 3 either. As we're now ready for our final heat, heat number 8.
Take your mark.
Underway with the 8th and final heat in the women's 200-metre freestyle then. Please welcome to lane 0 from Enfield, Emily Haynes in 1. From Chesterfield, Chloe Stennett in 2. From Team Bath, it's Rhiannon Bowen. In 3, from Havant and Waterlooville, Katie Byrne. Isabel Grant swims in 4 from City of Sheffield. Outside her from Gloucester, in lane 5, it's Sophie Hall. Jasmine McRae of Poole is in 6. In 7, Sonia Tsumioto of St. Felix School. In lane 8, Jay Kennerall of Nova Centurion. And finally, in lane 9 from Winchester, Charlotte Prince Rayner. As we reach the halfway point, City of Sheffield's Isabel Grant, who's just about in the lead in that pink swim costume. She's got the fastest entry time, 206.04. But she's being chased quite effectively left and right by Katie Byrne and Sophie Hall. Those are 3 fastest going into this, but keep your eye on lane number 2 as well. Rhiannon Bowen keeping up with those top 3, and not far behind them is Chloe Stennett in the red swim cap in lane 1 as well. So first to the turn for the final 50 metres is Isabel Grant, City of Sheffield, 133.64, 134.98. Sophie Hall second, just behind her, but Isabel Grant, it's been a comfortable and confident swim from her, and she'll take some catching as we approach the final 50 metres. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, very much up for grabs though. Rhiannon Bowen, Katie Byrne and Sophie Hall all looking to put in good times here, but Isabel Grant stops the clock first. Byrne 2nd, Rhiannon Bowen 3rd and Sophie Hall 4th provisionally. Of course, once again, we will have to wait for the official times. 206.65 from Grant, just outside her entry time of 206.04. So that is the final heat in the women's 200-metre freestyle competition. We'll be moving on to the men's 100-metre breaststroke multi-classification next. 3 heats in that. Still awaiting confirmation of the times for that 8th and final heat. Of course, all of these swimmers looking to qualify for tonight's finals. And as soon as those results, not just for this heat, but for the heats overall, are confirmed, we'll be able to catch up with those to see who has qualified. We hope you'll be joining us, whether it is here in Ponds Forge or at home on the live stream. Of course, we will be live streaming every session here at the Swim England National Summer Meet, so we hope you'll join us throughout what promises to be a fantastic competition.
And of course, the eagle-eyed of you will have noticed that the type pad being changed in lane number 9 there. Great job being done by our team here at Ponds Forge. Gives us a great chance to look at the hashtag now, SE Swimming. Isabel saying good luck to Charlie Joe Hallett representing Guernsey in the 400 IM soon. I think Isabel then forgot about Cameron Pollack, because she then tweeted it again with the exact same tweet, but inserting his name in there as well. So good luck to both of them. Barbara says good luck to Georgia Gussie from City of Bristol in the 400 IM. Love Mum. And also Maxwell saying a small PB for both Matt and Billy in the 200 freestyle. Sees them both through to the finals this afternoon. A big well done to them, and of course a big well done to all our finalists as well. Wish them the best of luck for the evening session, which starts, I believe, at 5 o'clock tonight. And as Dave says, we will be live streaming from that point onwards. So if you're watching on the live stream, do make sure you join us for 5 o'clock for the finals tonight. Again, 5 finals in each of the events in all the different age categories. So just making sure that type pad in lane 9 is all correct, and we should be ready to go very soon.
And we do have those official results now. Confirmation then that Isabel Grant takes the win with 206.65. Katie Byrne in second, 207.63. And Rhiannon Bowen of Team Bath takes third spot with 208.07. Next, we move on to the men's multi-classification 100-meter breaststroke. Heat number 1.
Take your mark.
Here we go then with the first of 3 heats in the men's multi-class 100-meter breaststroke. Once again with multi-class there are several different classifications in the pool here ranked on their physical impairments, but in order for them to swim directly against each other, the results are done on a points-based system in conjunction with the respective world record of each of the swimmers in their own age group category. And in lane 0 from Chalfont is Maximilian Tulloch. In 1 from Leicester is Connor Freeman. In 2 from Littlehampton is Caleb Grace. Lane 3 from Carridon is Adam Roebuck. In 4 from Hastings, Callum Pearson. James Edwards of Chippenham goes in 5. In 6 from Saxon Crown is Joshua Monaghan Coombs. In 7 from Brompton is George Elridge. And in 8 from Rotherham Metro is William Whitehead. So these swimmers for these events are seeded initially in the heats on their entry time. But of course it's all about their points, so it's not until our swimmers in the outside lanes have touched into the wall that we can confirm as to who has come out on top. James Edwards first in there, the SB14 swimmer, 1:22.76 the time, more importantly 523 the points, and that puts him top of the standings so far. Most of the swimmers beginning to come in now. 509 currently sees Adam Roebuck sit in second spot in lane 3, and 442 for now sees Joshua Monaghan in to third. Just coming in now, lane 0, Maximilian Tulloch of Chalfont. Will that be enough to challenge the front 3? The answer is no. So that sees at the end of that one James Edwards of Chippenham on 523 points, topping the standings. In second spot on 509 points, Adam Roebuck. And in third, as you can see on the screen now, on 442 is Joshua Monaghan Coombs. So the first of 3 heats done in this event. Up next in a few moments' time will be heat number 2.
Take your mark.
Lots of great support already for the swimmers in heat number 2. In lane 0 from Bournemouth College is Leo McRae. In 1 from Colchester, Samuel Weirty. In 2, Evan Holt from Cockermouth. In 3, Aaron Hurd from Putteridge. In lane 4, Liam Spence of Kingston upon Hull, and he'll be the first to reach the turn. Aaron Gilbert is in lane 5 from Orion. In 6, Andrew Keeler of Devonport. Lane 7 is empty, so in lane 8, Dominic Redpath of Gosport makes up the field in heat number 2. Liam Spence from Kingston upon Hull leading out in lane number 4 then in that black swim cap. Strong swim from him. Currently in second place of lane number 3 is Aaron Hurd. And then keep your eye on lane number 6 too. Andrew Keeler from Devonport in that red swim cap currently in third place. Remember, we're not necessarily looking at times. we are looking at points. James Edwards top scored in heat number 1 with 523 points, but Liam Spence stops the clock in 119.16 for 598 points. Hurd manages 423, 471 there for Keeler. That currently in second place. Still 3 swimmers in the pool. Dominic Redpath, Samuel Weirty and Leo McCrea in lane 0. They all touch at similar times. 469 points there for McCrea. So as we wait for the confirmation, then provisionally Liam Spence, the top scorer there, and that is confirmed in the SB14 category. 598 points from Andrew Keeler, 471, and in third place, just 2 points behind, Leo McCrea of Bournemouth College with 469 points. That was heat number 2. Now let's move on to the third and final heat.
Take your mark.
Full complement in the pool then for this final heat. In lane 0 from Orion is Scott Hadley. In 1 from Harrogate is Jacob Bray. Angus Leckenby of Scarborough goes in 2. In 3 from Claysmore is George Calman-Johns. Salisbury's Harry Wellington goes in 4. In 5 from Isle of Man is Benjamin Granger. Lane 6 from City of Coventry is Joshua Fairchild. In 7 from Blackpool Aquatics, Ryan Potter. James Brown of Bilston goes in 8. And in 9, completing the pool from UEA Norwich is Owen Rudrow. So once again, of course, it is a case of the swimmers here being seeded based on their entry times rather than the points they get. That is why down the centre of the pool you can see streaking away George Calman-Johns in 3 and Harry Wellington in lane 4, but they are in the higher categories of SB14 and SB13 respectively. So it's not until outside lane finish that we will know where they come in the standings at the end of this third heat. Of course, all qualifying these swimmers, or aiming to qualify for the 1 final tonight in the men's multi-class 100 metre breaststroke. 618 for George Calman-Johns. Nice we have seen so far. Good time from him of 118.3 ahead of SB13 swimmer Harry Wellington on 494. They're currently your top 2 for now. In third position on 445 is Benjamin Granger, just 1 point ahead of Joshua Fairchild. As the outside lanes begin to come home now. In lane 8, James Brown of Bilston in the SB9 category. Won't be his fellow SB9 swimmer Jacob Bray there with 220, but not a bad time nonetheless. Scott Hadley in lane 0 coming in on 356. Finishing now, Owen Woodrow in lane 9 of UEA Norwich. What's the time? 157.71 sees him on 184 points. So now on beginning to challenge George Calman-Johns there on 618. He takes that third and final heat. Second spot held by Harry Wellington and Benjamin Granger, completing the fastest trio with 445. So that completes the men's 100 metre breaststroke multi-class event. Very soon we will hand over to the women, just the 2 heats involved for them. Hopefully we will see some very impressive scores like we saw, particularly in that final heat there, coming up with the women in a moment or two.
women's multi-classification 100-metre breaststroke, heat number 1.
Take your marks.
8 swimmers go in the first of 2 heats then in the women's multi-classification 100-metre breaststroke. In lane number 1 from Cockermouth, Ella Cooper-Holmes. To her left-hand side in 2 from Littlehampton, Georgia Howell. In 3, Hayley Milne from Grantham. From the Warriors of Warrington in lane 4 is Coral Farrell. In 5, Satellite, Eleanor Bamber. And in 6, from Cockermouth, Drew Stables. From Leicester Penguins in 7 is Isabel Dean. And from Camden Swiss Cottage in lane 8, Leah O'Connell. Reaching the turn first in lane number 4 is Coral Farrell from Warrington Warriors. The fastest entry time going into this race, 1:37.72, but of course not times we're looking for. It is mixed classification points. But Coral Farrell in that yellow swim cap and black suit currently leads in second place to her right-hand side, and in lane 5 is Eleanor Bamber from the Satellite team in the black cap and the pink swimsuit. In third, lane 3, Hayley Milne of Grantham, all in black, but perhaps just gaining on her are lanes 6 and lane 2 as well. Those two really battling it out, particularly in lane 2, Georgia Howell from Littlehampton. But lane 4 will stop the clock first. Coral Farrell, should I say, 1:37.90 for 485 multi-classification points. Eleanor Bamber stops it in second, 390 points for her. 528 though. Hayley Milne, the SB7 from Grantham, provisionally takes the lead with 528 points. Still 3 swimmers to finish. Isabel Dean in lane 7 stops the clock. 630 points for Georgia Howell though. What an excellent score that is. I think that deserves a round of applause, Ponds Forge. And in lane 1, Ella Cooper-Holmes of Cockermouth stops the clock in 2:14.79 for 350 points. So provisionally, while we wait for those times and scores to be confirmed, an excellent start to proceedings, particularly from Georgia Howell. 630 points for her. Hayley Milne, 528. We have 1 heat to come, of course. These swimmers over the 2 heats looking to qualify for the 1 final this evening. Confirmation then, Georgia Howell, 630 takes first. Hayley Milne, 528 takes second. Coral Farrell of Warrington Warriors, 485 points is enough for 3rd place. It's now time for heat number 2. Heat number 2.
Take your marks.
So this is the final multi-class race of the morning session. In lane 0 from Camden Swiss is Charlotte Hyde. In 1 from Elbridge is Madeline Harris. And 2 from Satellite is Samantha Lewis. Katie Crowhurst of Wickham District goes in 3. In 4 from UEA Norwich is Catherine Marr. In 5 from Halifax is Alia Bakaloglu. In 6 from Gloucester is Harriet Dickinson. Scarlett Humphrey of Northampton goes in 7. And in 8 from Beachfield is Genevieve Hunter. So in the way, in lane 4, Catherine Marr of UEA Norwich, SB 13 swimmer. No surprise that she will touch in first. Perhaps she didn't expect to have this much of a lead, however. Of course, UEA Norwich swimmer Jessica Jane Applegate announced the other day that she will be in the World Championship squad for Mexico in September. And Catherine Marr will certainly be looking up to para figures such as Jessica Jane Applegate, sort of inspiration for future accolades, perhaps. As she comes into the wall now, though, it's all about Ponds Forge and the Swim England Championships at 694. There's the amount of points that she gets. Very respectable indeed from Catherine Marr there. 127.1 was the time, way ahead of the rest of the pool. In come now Katie Crowhurst in 3 and Alia Bakaloglu in 5. 421 for the Halifax swimmer there. Katie Crowhurst on 409. And now the outside lanes begin to come in. In lane 2, Samantha Lewis managing to clock up 320 points. That is behind Harriet Dickinson, though, of Gloucester in 6 on 349. So it looks very unlikely that anyone in the outside lanes will manage to come close to that 694 recorded by Catherine Marr there in lane 4, which was very impressive indeed. Charlotte Hyde in 0, getting 359. We'll wait for Madeline Harris's confirmed points total there, but Genevieve Hunter coming in now in lane 8, getting 232. So as I say, we'll wait for confirmation of those scores, and of course Maddie Harris's score as well in lane 1, which will do very well indeed to get anywhere near that 694 recorded by Catherine Marr. Very impressive stuff indeed from the UEA Norwich swimmer. Confirmation of Maddie Harris's time there of 2:14.34 sees her on 190 points. So Catherine Marr, indeed, top of the treat, 694 points. Katie Crowhurst in 2nd on 428, and in 3rd, Alia Bakaloglu on 421. Confirmation of that up on the scoreboard now, and that sees us done with the multi-class events for this morning's session. Of course, the para-athletes will have to wait and see if they're back in tonight's finals later on this evening. So very soon we'll go back to the pool, and it'll be the turn of the men and the 400-metre individual medley, and a lot of good luck messages coming in for that. Of course, a very tough event indeed. Good luck messages definitely appreciated from the swimmers. SC Swimming is the hashtag you want. Stuart says 400 IM. So it's been his event for Optimum Fun. Smash it up. Lauren Matthews of Swindon Dolphin. Also Chase putting on a great graphic there. Well, best wishes to our competitors at the Swim England Summer Championships. Hashtag Chase Greatness. Great pun. Ellen says, huge shout out to all Bromley swimmers competing at the English Nationals this week. Let's go. Also, Abby says, good luck to George Rudd for the 400 IM. And that is coming up now. The men's 400 metre individual medley heat, starting with heat number 1.
Take your mark.
Nine heats in total in this men's open 400 individual medley. The 3 swimmers kicking things off then in lane 3 from Northampton. Joshua Vance in 4 from Nova Centurion. Andrew Hall, who reached the turn first for the first 50 metres of the butterfly section. And in lane 5, Jevon Perry from Northampton. So 2 Northampton teammates here. And of course, all of these heats seeded time-wise, just like they have been in the competition already today. So expect some strong and close racing. Andrew Hall of Nova Centurion in that green Nova cap in the middle. He has the quickest entry time, 5:05.03. He's just leading out at the moment from the man in lane 3, Joshua Vance. 100 meters gone, so they'll come out of that flight into 2 lengths of the backstroke. In lane 3, Joshua Vance just sneaking out into the lead. Jevon Perry in lane 5, just getting left behind a little bit at the moment, but of course we're used to these 400 IMs ebbing and flowing, as all of the racers of course have their stronger strokes that they prefer, and given the entry times I expect this one to really tighten up as the race progresses. So 150 meters gone at the turn into the second length of backstroke. It's Joshua Vance in lane 3 from Andrew Hall, from Jevon Penny. Of course, lane 3 and lane 5, both from Northampton. Teammates, rivals, call them what you will. This is the first of the 9 heats to qualify for this evening's final. Of course, you've got to strike that balance between getting a good time and not using up all your energy, because of course it's all about just doing enough to qualify before giving it everything in the final and trying to get on the podium. So into the breaststroke section of this men's 400 individual medley. And Joshua Vance in lane 3 going very well at the moment. The 3rd fastest entry time, but he's certainly been the strongest swimmer. That black cap raising up out of the water there as he cruises down the first length of the breaststroke from Andrew Hall in 2nd place in the middle there of Nova Centurion. And then Jevon Penny in lane 5, currently in 3rd place. Don't be scared to get behind these swimmers, ladies and gents. It's a tough old race out there, the 400 individual medley. Give them some support. If you don't know any of the swimmers, just pick your favourite as we reach the 2nd length of the breaststroke section. Josh Vance going very well. Andrew Hall is going to need to close the gap. He doesn't want to leave himself too much to do with the 100-metre freestyle to finish. And Jevon Penny, well, that gap opened up pretty early, but it hasn't really got any bigger. Josh Vance is approaching the final 10 metres of his breaststroke before it is all out on the freestyle section. The final 100 metres approaching quickly in this opening heat of the men's 400 metres individual medley. First to the turn for the final 100 then is Josh Vance, 3:52.56 with 2 lengths to go. Andrew Hall of Nova Centurion, straight from that kick, he's closed the gap. And then Jevon Penny, got a little bit of work to do, but he's had a strong and quick start to the freestyle too, already eating into that lead. But Andrew Hall closing the gap now on Josh Vance as we approach 10 metres to go before we have the final length, the final 50 metres of the opening heat in the men's open 400 individual medley. So first to the turn, Joshua Vance, 4:28.97. Andrew Hall of Nova Centurion, 4:30.39, and nearly 5 seconds back Jevon Penny. But it's neck and neck now as we approach the final 25 metres. Give him some encouragement to strong finish from Andrew Hall. He's just got himself into the lead now for the first time in this race. It's going to take a big effort from Josh Vance to get this one back. Andrew Hall of Nova Centurion, the fastest entry time, is looking like he's going to win, barring a big finish. And could this big finish be coming? It's going to be close. And it is Josh Vance. Wowee, by 0.04 of a second. What a last 25 metres from him. It looked as though Hall had done enough to take it. He'd eaten into that lead with 100 metres to go. But Josh Vance takes it. There's the confirmation. 5:02.56 from Andrew Hall. 5:02.60. Jevon Penny taking 3rd place in 5:00.25. And the swimmers are nearly in position. It is time for Heat 2.
Well, that heat there epitomising what is so great about the 400-metre individual medley. You never know who is going to win it until the final throws of the heat. And let's see if we get a grab stand finish in this second heat. In the pool here, lane 1 from Nova Centurion is Jimmy Knowles. And 2 from City of Milton Keynes is Joshua Press. Thomas Reeve of City of Sheffield goes in lane 3. And 4 from Hackney is Kai Ogden. Crawley's Dominic Strieber goes in 5. In 6 from City of Birmingham is Jamie Dark. In 7 from Nova Centurion is Joshua Skinner. And in 8 from Winsford is Jay Cushion. So just like the previous heat, all these swimmers in the 13-14 year age category directly competing against each other. It's been a very swift start in the first 100 of fly hit by Jay Cushion in lane 8 of Winsford. 5:05.02 was his entry time. He's the slowest on paper out of these 8 swimmers. And that certainly is not evident so far as they embark now on the backstroke length. Currently in second position in lane 5, Dominic Strieber of Crawley, sandwiched in between Jamie Dark in 6 and Kai Ogden in lane 4. And that little pack there of 3 really beginning to bunch up on this set of 100 backstroke. But will that lead change in the next 50 metres or so as we go towards the halfway point? Jay Cushion, the one in front of Winsford. Great sport as ever coming from the spectator gallery and poolside as well for these swimmers. Definitely need it over such a long distance like the 400 metres, especially when you're doing all 4 of the strokes. Not an easy race at all, this. And Jay Cushion is making remarkably light work of it so far. However, the deficit between Jamie Dark and Jay Cushion is beginning to diminish, and Jamie Dark coming on strong in the final throws of this set of 100 at the halfway point going on to the breaststroke, where things always seem to change in the 400 IM. It is he that is in second spot. Tight for third. That's currently being held by Kai Ogden in lane 4. Not too far behind him is Joshua Skinner in lane 7 of Nova Centurion, who's just hanging on the periphery of the fastest trio at this moment in time. Of course, a lot can change in the course of the next 125 metres or so. Still out in front though, Jay Cushion of Winsford in lane 8. He's done very well to maintain the advantage that he gave himself at the end of that butterfly 100 metres. Of course, the lactic sniper soon will be taking its toll on all these swimmers. Stamina just as important as the speed in this event. It's been a good last 50 or so coming in lanes 2 and 1. That's Joshua Press and Jimmy Knowles on the near side as I look, and also on the inside in lane 5 as well. Dominic Strieber trying to just knock on the door there of the front 3 and put himself in that argument. As I say before, it's not about in the heats where you finish, all about the times you get. But if a lot of swimmers are finishing in front of you, particularly in the same age category, it does not make for good reading for these swimmers. Jay Cushion, though, only has the wall in front of him at the moment as he turns for the freestyle and the final 100 metres. Things have definitely bunched up, though, in the peloton, if you like. Lane 3 in particular, Thomas Reeve of City of Sheffield was way behind after 150 metres, but he's right back into the pack and in contention to perhaps break through in this 100 metre free. We'll get a very good time indeed, but look at the gap that separates Jay Cushion and the rest of the pool. Absolutely extraordinary at this moment in time, the way that the Winsford swimmer has gone about this race, certainly leaving everything in the pool. 50 metres to go for him, and he definitely looks as if he's on course to beat that 5:05.02 entry time. Rest of the pool simultaneously coming off the wall for the final 50 metres. It's going to be very interesting indeed. Currently spearheading that pack at the back in lane 7 is Joshua Skinner, and also up there as well in lane 1 is his Nova Centurion teammate Jimmy Knowles. That could all change going into the final 25 as we look across to the scoreboard end of the pool now. Jay Cushion of Winsford, a super swim for him. He comes in lane 8, the outside smoker with a time of 4:57.06. The first time he's broken the 5-minute mark, and by some distance as well. In second spot, Joshua Skinner of Nova Centurion, who came on strong in that freestyle 100. And in third position, completing the Nova Centurion 2-3, is Jimmy Knowles with 5:04.05. Very tight indeed between the rest of the pack there, but Jay Cushion leading everybody right from the start with 4:57.06, the winning time in that heat. Confirmation of those times up on the scoreboard now, and let's move on to heat number 3.
Take your mark.
Well, Jay Cushion setting that benchmark time then, 4:57.06 in heat number 2. Let's see how heat number 3 get on. Currently approaching the final 10 meters of their first butterfly length in this 400-meter IM. In lane 0, we have Jaden Worldley of Team Bath. In 1, Mason Honeysett of Basildon Phoenix. From Cleethorpes in lane 2, it's Oliver Bradley. And Joseph Deegan goes in lane 3 from Stockport. From City of Derby in lane 4, it's Luke Skelding. Alex Rosser Barnett of Ellesmere City is in lane 5. In 6, it's Luke Adams from City of Salford. From Maxwell in 7, it's Kenji McDade. In lane 8, from City of Oxford, George Rudd. And in 9, from Royal Wolverhampton, it is Daniel Johnson. So they've reached the 100-meter point. Mason Honeysett turning first in 1:04.39. But a strong start in lane 4 from Luke Skelding in that white cap in the middle there. He's got himself a handy lead in the first leg of the backstroke section of this individual medley. He's got the fastest entry time, 5 minutes 0.99. Of course, Jay Cushion, that is the benchmark time for qualification at the moment, 4:57.06. The first man to break the 5-minute mark here in this Swimming the National Summer Meet 400 individual medley. And following that good start in 4 from Skelding, the man in 2, Oliver Bradley, in those pink shorts and red cap, he started to go well, and he's just catching. He's in 2nd place. Then over in lane number 8, George Rudd going quite well too, in that navy blue swim cap of City of Oxford. Approaching the halfway point then. Keep your eye on the clock for those split times. It's going to be neck and neck between lanes 2 and 4. In fact, it is Luke Skelding, 2:19.30 over Oliver Bradley, 2:20.21 for him. George Rudd, City of Oxford, turns in 3rd in 2:21.65 as we go into the breaststroke. And again, it's a strong start at the change of strokes from Luke Skelding in lane 4. He's back out into the lead by a metre or so over Oliver Bradley in lane 2. The rest of the pack starting to catch up with George Rudd as well. Just inside him, Kenji McDade from Maxwell going very well. And Luke Adams from City of Salford in the yellow cap just starting to catch them too. But out on his own at the moment in lane 4, it's Luke Skelding. He's had a very strong opening 50 metres in the breaststroke. Of course, following this, we have 100 metres of freestyle to come, so expect the pack to close up again. So approaching the mark with 75 metres to go. Skelding out in front. Out in 2nd place now is Kenji McDade in lane 7, thoroughly enjoying this breaststroke section. Just inside in lane 5 is the man currently in 3rd place, Alex Rosser Barnett. As we approach the turn for the final 100 metres, Skelding is going to get there first. 3:42.15, so that 5 minutes 0.99 definitely in danger of being broken. But can anyone catch him? That is the question. It's lane 7 in 2nd place, Kenji McDade. And then in 3rd place is lane 5, Alex Rosser Barnett. Sandwiched in between those, in fourth is Luke Adams. In lane 6, the yellow swim cap, but out on his own is Luke Skelding, just himself for competition at the moment. With 50 metres to go, he turns and pushes away. 4:17.12. Second and third now, they're going to turn pretty much at the same time. And that's going to be an interesting battle, and as well as that, in lane 3 as well. Keep your eye on this, Joseph Deegan. He's coming on very, very strong as we approach the final 25 metres for the chasing pack. Luke Skelding is definitely going to stop the clock first. Will he stop it inside 5 minutes? Remember, 4:57.06 is the benchmark time from Jay Cushion. We're going to finish well inside that. Keep an eye on this clock now. 4:51.15 for Skelding in first place. Who's going to stop it second? It's going to be lane 7. Kenji McDade, great finish from him, 4:56.28, 4:56.38 for Joseph Dagan, and now the finishers coming in thick and fast. As we await the official confirmation for the times in heat number 3. There they are, Luke Skelding, a comfortable victory for him, 4:51.15, that's the quickest time of qualifying so far. Kenji McDade, second, 4:56.28. Joseph Dagan, third, 4:56.38. Let's move on to heat 4.
Take your mark.
Away we go then, almost at the halfway point in these heats. This heat number 4 of 9, and here in lane 0 from Retford is Thomas Dealey. In 1 from Sevenoaks is Ben Ward. Louis Fenson of City of Coventry is in 2. In lane 3 from Derwent side is Aaron Beckford. In lane 4 from Guernsey is Charles Hallett. Lane 5 from Tigers Jersey, Cameron Pollock. In 6 from City of Sheffield is William Earl. In lane 7 from Leicester Sharks is Jamin Parker Cox. And in 8 from UEA Norwich, Oliver Reek with Edward Hunt. Completing the pool in lane 9 from Teddington. This, of course, as Dave mentioned earlier on in the heats, each swimmer has their own strength when it comes to this individual medalling. You can see exactly that at the moment with how disfigured the formation of the pool is. And the favourites in this one, Cameron Pollock of Tigers Jersey in lane 5. Slugging behind at this moment in time, but of course we expect him to come strong in the remaining 3 strokes. Currently leading the way in lane 6 though is William Earl of City of Sheffield in the red Team Steel cap, looking very good at the back end of that butterfly first 100 at the start of this backstroke as well. Good inroads being made in lane 8 by Oliver Reek of UEA Norwich. Of course these swimmers trying to use their arms as like propellers, clawing themselves through the pool on this backstroke leg. And certainly doing a good job of that is Aaron Beckford of Derwent side in lane 3. Has ever gained great support on the far side from the Derwent side crew. Just seems like the one member of the Derwent side dads has turned up this morning, and he's definitely a trooper. Fantastic stuff, 2 weeks in a row for him. And so far, it's looking good for Derwent side. Aaron Beckford coming up towards the halfway point, looking very assured indeed in the pool. He and William Earl in 6, having a bit of buffer separating them and the rest of the pack. Halfway point then reached. Aaron Beckford in front with a time of 2:17.04 on the split. He came into this with a time just under 5 minutes, 4:59.4. And of course, as we saw in the last heat, a lot of swimmers getting PBs and significant knocks off their PBs as well. We'll be hoping for much more of the same in the heats to come. Current best time of 4:51.15 set by Luke Skelding in heat 3. Will that be beaten here? There's Cameron Pollock in lane 5, who, as we mentioned, will be getting stronger and stronger with every stroke. We'll certainly be hoping to do that. He's in the 15-year category alongside Luke Skelding. So those two may meet again in the final tonight, should they both get there. Aaron Beckford also in that argument as well in lane 3. He is still the front runner in this one, alongside William Earl in lane 6. Will there be a challenge from the outside? More significantly, will there be one from the inside? The two fastest steeds in this heat, Charles Hallett and Cameron Pollock, in 4 and 5 respectively, have not been at the front yet. Will they in the next 125 metres? Also going well in lane 1 is Ben Ward of Sevenoaks. He's certainly favouring this breaststroke 100 metres at the moment. He's getting really tight in the middle of the pool as well. A good swim being done by Aaron Beckford in 3, as we mentioned, but he's been caught up by Charles Hallett in 4 and Cameron Pollock in lane 5. Also Louis Fenton in lane 2, City of Coventry up there as well. Edward Hunt in lane 9 of Teddington cannot be missed as well on the far side. Well up there in the argument going into the final 100 metres and the freestyle. This looks as if it's going to be a blockbuster conclusion to this heat. It's definitely poised very nicely indeed. So the front runner is Ben Ward of Sevenoaks. Things significantly changing in the last 100 metres here, as we suspected it might. The breaststroke leg always throwing up a bit of a curveball when it comes to the formation of the pool. On the far side, Edward Hunt still going along very nicely indeed, the Teddington swimmer. And infield, lane 5, Cameron Pollock is beginning to motor now. There will be 50 metres to go for a large chunk of the swimmers. Who is going to come out on top? Ben Ward at the moment is your provisional answer, but will he be caught? There's around 1.5 body length lead he has over nearest challenger. It looks as if it's going to be Louis Fenton in lane 2. Very difficult to call though. Up there, William Earl still fighting to stay alive in lane 6. Just inside of him, Cameron Pollock as well in lane 5 of Tiger's jersey, and still going along very nicely is Edward Hunt of Teddington in lane 9. We're coming in towards the dying embers now of this heat. Ben Ward will get there first. 4:54.32 is the time. And then the cavalry brought home by Louis Fenton in lane 2. He took it in second on 4:55.98. The fastest trio there being completed by Edward Hunt. A great last 150 metres from him. And the Teddington swimmer gets 4:56.22. Once again, a large cluster of the swimmers managing to get new PBs and improvement on the entry times. As we're now ready for heat number 5.
Take your mark.
Over halfway in these 400 IM heats then. Let's welcome the swimmers to the pool in lane 0. Getting off to a good start in that red swim cap as well is Callum Rusham from Leek. To his left is Benjamin Shipley from Kingston upon Hull in lane 1 as they get to the turn for the first 50 metres. Casper Reynard from Deventio is in lane 2. There's no swimmer in lane 3. From City of Oxford in lane 4 goes Max Underwood, and Christian Tye of Bournemouth Collegiate is in lane 5. Lane 6 is Matthew Yeomans, City of Leeds. In lane 7, Frederick Wilson, City of Oxford. In lane 8, Oliver Inez of Wickham District. And finally, in lane 9 of Northampton, it's Billy Petty. Well, 100 metres gone already. And in lane 5, Christian Tye has got off to an absolute flyer. 4:57.42 is his entry time. The lead time so far came in the previous heat. That was Ben Ward. 4:54.32, a very respectable tie for him. The outside lanes both going well at the moment. In lane 0, Callum Rusham and Billy Pettit in lane 9. They're currently taking up 2nd and 3rd position. Christian Tye approaching the 150 metre mark, the backstroke section of this individual medley, and he will take the turn first. 139.50, 140.69, just over a second behind is Russian, and then Billy Pettit turns in 3rd with the man just inside him, Oliver Innes, in 4th. Towards the back of the pack there, some quite close swims in 7, 6 and lane 2. Interesting race developing between them, of course. The top times will go through to the final this evening, but they will have to make up some time if they're going to be in contention. So as we reach the halfway point then, 2:16.62, Christian Tsai. He's led from the very beginning and into the breaststroke section. He's still in the lead. However, Billy Pettit over in lane 9 is eating into that lead now, just a body length behind. And lane 0, Callum Russian as well. He turns in third, he's still in third, and those three, well, they're really making the race their own at the moment. In lane 8, Oliver Innes is starting to go well too. And then in that middle lane, lane 4, Max Underwood just started to perhaps be in contention and close that gap. Perhaps looks a little bit better than it is with the freestyle coming up, where quite literally anything can happen. So 150 meters to go in the breaststroke section. And once again, the first to the turn in little under 3 minutes is Christian Tsai of Bournemouth, 2:59.77. Second place, Callum Russian of Leek in lane 0, and Billy Pettit once again in third in lane 9. Will anything change as we approach the final 125 meters? Tsai is actually looking quite comfortable out there, and if anything, he's extended his lead in this breaststroke section. But keep your eye on lane 4 now. He's starting to catch on second and third. Max Underwood actually got the fastest time, the City of Oxford man, the fastest entry time of 4:56.27 in this heat. So has he got a big final 100 meters left to really impose himself on this race? At the moment, it's Christian Tsai goes into the final 100 in first place. Max Underwood has got himself up into third at the turn, 3:47.22 for him, but it's neck and neck between lane 0, lane 4 and lane 9, spread all the way across the pool for second place, because it doesn't look like there's going to be anyone catching Christian Tsai, who's extending his lead as he approaches the final turn. Remember that benchmark time, 4:54.32 from Ben Ward in the previous heat. Christian Tsai then goes into the final 50 meters, 4:18.53. Callum Russian in third, Billy Pettit in second. And lane 4 just dropping off now, but what about this final 50 meters from Billy Pettit in lane 9? He's caught the man in lane 5 and he's actually taken the lead now. What a finish from the man in the blue cap. Looking like he's going to take this one. He's been battling between second and third throughout the race, but a strong final 50, and it's going to be Billy Pettit of Northampton in lane 9. Stops the clock in a very quick 4:50.49 from Christian Tsai, who just wilted towards the end of the race, but does enough to take second. Frederick Wilson in lane 7 ends up taking third, and Callum Russian, in contention for so much of the race, provisionally finishes fourth in 4:56.81. There is confirmation then. Billy Pettit, 4:50.49, takes first out of lane 9. Christian Tsai in second. Frederick Wilson, City of Oxford, in third place. That was heat number 5. Let's move to heat 6.
Take your mark.
Away we go then. 5 very intriguing heats that we've had so far in this men's 400 IM. Hopefully 4 more to come. In lane 0 here from Venture XL is Charlie Palmer. In 1 from City of Milton Keynes, Miles Drabwell. Lane 2 from City of Oxford, Arnold Martin. Thomas Menlove of Winchester goes in lane 3. In 4 from City of Oxford is Lewis Gilchrist. In 5 from Team Bath, Dylan Hood. James Woodward of Hatfield goes in 6. In 7 from Camden Swiss is Charlie Fraser-Allen. Lewis Smart of Mount Kelly is in 8. And in 9 from Reichmeld is Ryan Huddart. Pretty even stuff then coming towards the back end of this butterfly leg. Lane 6 and lane 5. Currently James Woodward and Lewis Gilchrist respectively. The front 2 here, both in the 17-year category. And both leading the pack so far as we go on to the backstroke. Rest of the pool looking very tight indeed, more or less a vertical line with the peloton, ranging from 0 all the way over to 9. Beginning to extend his lead down the heart of the pool there. Lewis Gilchrist of City of Oxford. Definitely beginning to motor hit. 4:51.62, so he missed the highest heat at Seater, I say, in this heat. Just ahead of Dylan Hood by around 0.15 seconds. So we expect a tight conclusion to this one. In the first half, all this individual medley, it certainly has gone all the way on the City of Oxford swimmer so far. Currently making a breakaway from the rest of the pack in lane 1 is Miles Drabwell of City of Milton Keynes. He's currently more or less level pegging with James Woodward of Hatfield. This moment in time in joint second. And once again, no one really, apart from Miles Drabwell, breaking from that pack. But as I say, that beginning to now in lane 3, Thomas Menlove of Winchester beginning to get a little bit quicker as this second leg goes on. We're coming towards the halfway point now. Lewis Gilchrist of City of Oxford is way into his breaststroke. And now the rest of the pool begin to follow. So of course we have seen so many times in this event so far. Now the breaststroke leg can change absolutely everything in terms of the final complexion of these heats. And I suspect this one will be no different as well. A lot of movement already happening around the middle of the pool, particularly in lane 5, and Dylan Hood of Team Bath, who's beginning to show why he's the second fastest seed in this heat. He's beginning to encroach over the right shoulder of James Woodward in lane 6. That's going to be a very tight battle indeed going into the final 55 metres of this leg. We look down the centre, and Lewis Gilchrist of City of Oxford. Nothing has changed as far as his advantage at the moment. In fact, he may have got a little bit quicker. He leads by over 5 seconds ahead of James Woodward in lane 6, who is currently in second spot. Also a nice tussle going off in lanes 1 and 2 between Miles Drabwell of City of Milton Keynes and Arnold Martin of City of Oxford as well. Those two in the 16-year category directly competing against each other here. And it's making for a very intriguing back 25 on this third leg. But we look down the centre, and it's all about Lewis Gilchrist. There has been a bit of movement behind him with James Woodward in lane 6 and Dylan Hood in lane 5, beginning to close down that buffer. But that one remains next to the name of Lewis Gilchrist with 100 metres to go. So then, will things tighten up behind him? Certainly expect that to be the case. Lewis Gilchrist will be hoping it does not materialise like that, because he's looking very strong so far. Dylan Hood in lane 5 and James Woodward in lane 6. Almost like a tug of war at the moment. Dylan Hood momentarily got in front of the Hatfield swimmer, but that has now flipped on its head, and James Woodward is one back in the ascendancy in second position. Joint third alongside Dylan Hood is the man in lane 8, Lewis Smart of Mount Kelly, who's come on really strong in the last 150 metres or so, and he'll turn for the final 50 just behind the front pack. Also doing well in 2 and 3. We have in lane 3 Thomas Menlove of Winchester. Arnold Martin of City of Oxford is just behind him. But look at the breakaway being made by James Woodward of Hatfield now. He's completely left Dylan Hood behind unceremoniously, and he's focusing on Lewis Gilchrist going into the final 10 metres or so. And in fact, James Woodward is going to take this one. What a fantastic last 100 metres from the Hatfield swimmer. 4:42.95. Just suddenly flicked a switch on there as he went into the freestyle leg and managed to take that 6th heat. Lewis Gilchrist, who led all the way there right until the death, has to settle for second position. And the fastest trio just about completed by Lewis Smart, slightly ahead of Thomas Menlove in the end, with a time of 4:48.7. Once again, a fantastic heat, even when it looked like Lewis Gilchrist with 100 metres to go had got that one. Also, no, James Woodward came and nipped in front of him, the Hatfield swimmer, as you can see, with the fastest time of 4:42.95. Up next, we go to heat number 7.
Your marks.
Well, the battles for final positions really heating up now as we go into heat 7 of 9 in this men's 400 individual medley qualifiers. In lane 0, we have Benjamin Goldfinch of Wickham District in 1, Ruben Alexander of Bracknell in 2, Bailey Hairseed of Kingston upon Hull. Into lane 3, we have Miles Turner of West Suffolk. From City of Manchester Aquatics, in 4, it's Hayden Griffiths. In 5, William Foster from City of Derby. From Bath University, racing in lane 6 is William Riley. In 7, David Broadbent of Team Mercia. From Wolverhampton, racing in lane 8, it's Matthew Holland. And from Wrekin College is Samuel Neild, making up the group in lane number 9 as we reach the 100-metre mark. And David Broadbent from Team Mercia completing that 100 metres in just over a minute. 1 minute, 0.44. Excellent start from him in that orange cap, but also as we enter the backstroke, keep your eye on lane 0 here. Benjamin Goldfitch from Wickham District in the green cap. He's just nudging himself out into first position. But as we've seen in the last couple of heats, anything can happen as soon as we get ourselves into that final 100 metres. So it's all about conserving your energy and getting yourself into the best position. That was a great 50 metres there from Matthew Holland in lane 8. He's got himself into contention now. Just nudges into first. That's lane 8 is the one just inside from the main stand side. And all of a sudden, this is looking particularly competitive. All of these heats time seeded, of course, so we're expecting close racing. But in this opening half, the lead has changed hands on a number of occasions. So William Riley now from Bath University in the blue cap of lane 6 will reach the halfway point in first position. From Miles Turner of West Suffolk in lane 3, he's turns in 2:14.56. And Matthew Holland in lane 8 from Wolverhampton, 2:15.80. Continuing that good second 100, William Riley in lane 6 just extends his lead ever so slightly as we go into the breaststroke. Currently in second place now is Miles Turner of West Suffolk, and those two just opening up a little bit of a gap as we approach the 250-metre mark, which of course means 50 more metres of breaststroke than that flying 100 freestyle where we've seen it all change in the last 2 heats. James Woodward, 4:42.95 is the benchmark time so far. Remember, it's the top times that qualify. And there'll be no second chances either, so these swimmers now can't leave anything in the pool. William Riley of Bath in 6 leads just about from Miles Turner in 3 of West Suffolk. In third place, currently it's lane 1, Ruben Alexander. He's in the white swim cap and the blue shorts, and he's made some ground up in this second 50 metres off the breaststroke as well. So we're going to have 3 turning in quite quick succession as we go into the final flying 100. Turning first then, as we go into that freestyle, is William Riley of Bath University, 3:35.55. 3:35.93, so less than 0.4 of a second behind is Miles Turner, and then Ruben Alexander, who's just edging into second place now as we approach 75 metres to go for the leaders. Well, some great support here into the final 50 metres then. Let's get behind them, Ponds Forge. It's William Riley turning first, 4:07.89. Miles Turner in third. Ruben Alexander in second. 25 metres coming up for the leader in lane 6. It's William Riley. He's looking comfortable. We're not going to see a flyer like we have done in the previous heats. The man in lane 1, Ruben Alexander, having a strong finish, though that should be enough for second. And Miles Turner looking like he's going to finish third, but keep your eye on the clock. The time's tumbling here. William Riley sets the new benchmark time, 4:38.43 in lane 6. Ruben Alexander, 4:42.05. That's enough for second place. And Miles Turner of West Suffolk. That's a strong race for him. He finishes third, 4:43.80. That the 7th of 9 heats as we await the confirmation of those times with 2 heats remaining. There they are, the official results. Riley first, Alexander second, Turner third. Time for the penultimate, heat number 8.
Away we go then in lane 0 from Borough of Kirklees is Adam Law. In 1 from City of Bradford is Samuel Naylor. In 2 from Modernian Max Wilson. Harry Whiteman of City of Peterborough goes in lane 3 alongside his teammate in 4, Jamie Scholes. In 5 from Northampton is Samuel Blackett. Lane 6 from Louth is William McIntyre. Northampton's Liam Snook goes in 7. 8 is Matthew Munden of Gloucester. And in 9 from Bishop Stortford is Robin Turner. As we come towards the back end of that first set of 100 there. Embarking onto the backstroke, currently in the way, Liam Snook in lane 7 of Northampton. Splits on just over 60 seconds, 1 minute 86 for him. Jamie Scholes in 2nd, and Harry Whiteman in 3rd. It is a very early stage indeed. The main pack though definitely being dismantled so far. Spread of swimmers all over the pool. Currently being spearheaded by Jamie Scholes at this moment in time. As we come towards the halfway point of this backstroke leg, it's been a strong opening 50 from Jamie Scholes. Currently 2nd, Liam Snook, of course, led after the first set of 50. He's been caught up significantly though at this moment in time by those inside of him, including lane 6, William McIntyre of Louth. Just inside of him in lane 5, Samuel Blackett of Northampton. Really heavy with those arms and trying to propel himself forward. He's almost up level with Harry Whiteman here. But Harry Whiteman has completely been left behind by City of Peterborough team at the halfway stage. Jamie Scholes looking very strong indeed. Fastest team time in the seat, shall I say, 4:43.33, which was around 0.6 seconds quicker than nearest rival, Samuel Blackett of Northampton. Once again, a mixture of age categories taking part in this heat. Vast majority in the 17-year category. Adam Law's in the 16-year category, with those in the 17 years. Samuel Naylor in 1, Max Wilson in 2, Harry Whiteman in 3, Jamie Scholes in 4, and Robin Turner in lane 9. The rest inside of those are all in the senior category of 18 years and above. But Jamie Scholes currently leading the way onto the breaststroke and looking very comfortable indeed. Not really being challenged behind him. Joint 2nd in lanes 5 and 6 for Samuel Blackett of Northampton and William McIntyre of Louth. That's going to be a tight duel between those two in the back 150 metres of this heat. Also up there in lane 3, Harry Whiteman of City of Peterborough. He's rejuvenated with this breaststroke leg. He was looking a bit out of contention 100 metres ago, but of course things change very quickly over the course of sometimes as little as 25 metres. As we come into the final 15 metres of this leg, things definitely bunching up with the front quartet. Still Jamie Scholes at the tip of it, with 100 metres to go. The pursuit will well and truly be on for those fastest spots in this heat. So Jamie Scholes turns first, 3:36.02 the updated split time. Samuel Blackett in 2nd spot, with William McIntyre more or less synchronised with him with the turn off the wall there onto the freestyle. Harry Whiteman still battling his way into the argument as well. Just on the periphery in lane 2 is Max Wilson of Modernian. This is bubbling up very nicely indeed here. Of course, it may only be the heats, but qualification for those finals tonight. There may be 50 places in 5 finals. It sounds like a lot, but when you've got 9 heats worth of swimmers, it is not much at all. And Jamie Scholes, well aware of what is going off behind him here as he turns for the final 50, still managing to make sure his lead is intact. It's not the sizable advantage he had a couple of lengths ago, but he is in front nonetheless. Lane 3, Harry Whiteman really beginning to get on the tail now of his City of Peterborough teammate, and 2 lanes inside of him in lane 5 is Samuel Blackett of Northampton. A real strong pursuit from those two, with each other stroke for stroke in the dying throes of this heat. But down the centre, Jamie Scholes, it looked a bit hairy-scary for him 100 metres ago, but comfortably touches him first, with 4:41.41 being the winning time there. A City of Peterborough 1-2 completed by Harry Whiteman with 4:43.78, and in 3rd position Samuel Blackett of Northampton completes the fastest 3 with a time of 4:45.02. So another exciting finish there to the heats of the men's 400 metre individual medley. Still one more to come. It'll be heat number 9.
Take
The ninth and final heat then. These swimmers have the advantage of knowing exactly what they need to do to qualify for the final a little bit later. We've just seen Jamie Scholes go in a very impressive time of 4:41.41. Well, let's meet the swimmers for this final heat. In lane 0 from Weston-super-Mare, James King. In 1, Gregory Butler, City of Derby. In 2, Isaac Peace of Hinckley. And from Bromley in lane 3, it's Matthew Rogers. From Bath University in 4, Jonathan Riley. Henry Dixon from Mount Kelly goes in 5. And from City of Manchester Aquatics, Samuel Goldrick goes in 6. Racing out of lane 7, we have Samuel Peck from Mount Kelly. And from Wrekin College, Aaron Priest goes in 8. Finally in 9, from Maidstone, we have Simon Newton already through that opening 100 metres of fly. We have a lead from the swimmer in lane 4, Jonathan Riley from Bath University. He's the oldest competitor in the field at 22. Have a range of age groups: King, Butler, Rogers and Dixon, as well as Peck, all 17 years of age. But at the moment, it's Riley in lane 4, leading them out as we approach 150 metres. In lane 5, Dixon, and 6, Goldrick also going well. They'll turn at 1, 2 and 3. Riley from Dixon, from Goldrick. The race kind of broken off into 2 bunches at the moment as we approach 75 metres of the backstroke leg gone for the leader from Bath University, Jonathan Riley. The rest of them, well, it's fairly even. Perhaps in 4th place, just as the person in lane 1, Gregory Butler in that white cap, but maybe just sneaking out ahead of him, Aaron Priest from Wrekin College in lane 8, over on the far side from our commentary position. But that 1, 2 and 3 kind of racing each other at the moment, as they were at the following length as they go into the breaststroke section. Jonathan Riley from Bath University still leading. Henry Dixon, Mount Kelly in 2nd. Samuel Goldrick, City of Manchester Aquatics in 3rd. However, as well as racing each other, they are racing the clock, because it is only the top qualifiers that go into the final later on. It's nothing to do with where you finish in your heat, it's to do with where you finish in the overall scheme of things. Gregory Butler in the white cap from City of Derby, starting to catch that pack as well. He's been stronger since the breaststroke section started. And also in lane 8, Aaron Priest from Wrekin College starting to go well. Jonathan Riley's lead just starting to disappear a little bit. Samuel Goldrick from City of Manchester is just about catching him up in that black cap to the leader's right-hand side. And he's not going to be the leader for long either. Goldrick just starts to overtake Riley. As we approach the final 15 or 20 metres of this breaststroke section, in 3rd place, it is Gregory Butler of City of Derby in lane number 1. The rest of them, well, you could pretty much throw a blanket over them. But we go into the final section of this final heat in the men's individual medley. It is Samuel Goldrick in lane 6 from Jonathan Riley in lane 4. He had a great opening 200 metres, but he's just started to drop back a little bit. And now in lane 1, Gregory Butler, he thinks he can catch the man from Bath University as well. In 4th place on this near side in the pink cap is James King of Weston-super-Mare. He's had a strong second half of the race as well. But Samuel Goldrick in lane 6, starting to look a little bit more comfortable, but we've seen all kinds of action in the final 50 metres. Will there be a rabbit in the hat here? Is there a big finish from Jonathan Riley? Goldrick from Riley, but in lane 1, I think we might even have another man overtaking Riley, because Gregory Butler is coming in with a big finish. Samuel Goldrick, he is stroking away as we approach the final 10 metres. 4:41 is the lead time. Keep your eye on that clock. He might even go quicker than that to get himself a good lane for the final. 4:41 flat for Samuel Goldrick. Jonathan Riley, 4:44.87, holds on for 2nd place. And James King just ahead of Gregory Butler for 3rd and 4th place. Less than half a second separates those two. And then Simon Newton finally touches back in 4:56.33 to conclude the final heat, heat number 9 of the men's 400 metres individual medley. We'll wait for those results to be confirmed before we move on to the women's 400 IM qualifiers. Of course, we still want to hear from you on social media. The hashtag is SE Swimming, and of course there's that area outside for you to take some photos in the costumes, in the fancy dress. Send them in and we will be giving away some prizes, not just later on today but later on in the competition as well. To show your appreciation for all of the racers in the 400 IM heats, ladies and gents, some brilliant swims all round here at Ponds Forge. Provisionally, it's Goldrick from Riley from King. We're just awaiting confirmation of the times in that 9th and final heat. Of course, the officials have to go through all of the necessary checks, with the times being so important for all these qualifiers. Hundreds of seconds with such competitive swims can make all of the difference. And there we have those results confirmed. As we expected, Samuel Goldrick takes first, Jonathan Riley second, James King third, and that is the conclusion of the men's 400 individual medley heats. Next up, it's the women's open 400 metres individual medley.
And we start off, as ever, with heat number 1. And that heat will be starting in a few moments' time. Just a bit of a technical issue there before we get that underway, but it gives us the perfect opportunity to have a gander once again at what you've been saying on Twitter. SE Swimming is the hashtag. Sharon says, good luck to my nephew Matthew Burton in the 200 final this evening. Carly also says, good luck to Lauren Braddon swimming in the 400 IM. Been a bit late to the party there, Carly, unfortunately. Team Bath, Alice, Misty and Rhiannon through to tonight's 200 metre finals. Good luck from us all. And also Halifax tweeting another finalist this evening. Well done to Alaya. And Kim was saying an amazing 400 individual medley swim by Ben as well from Sevenoaks. Big congratulations to him. And last one for now, Sarah earlier on saying good luck to Billy Pettit from Northampton Heat 5. Of course, he took that heat as well. That good luck from Mum and Dad definitely being very useful indeed for Billy Pettit. Of course, we'll have to wait and see if he has made the finals tonight. Just around the corner, in a few moments' time, will be that women's 400 metre individual medley. Just making sure for that first heat that all swimmers are present and correct for this one. And again, just like the men, there will be 9 heats to come in this event. Hopefully just as much excitement as what we saw in the men's event. Some cracking racing indeed, all boding well for tonight's finals. And this will be the final event. It's been a very good morning session. Here we go then with heat number 1.
Take your mark.
Off we go then with the first of the 9 heats in the women's 400 metre individual medley. Men certainly have raised the bar very high indeed for these women as they take to the pool in this first heat. In lane 3 from Nova Centurion, is Lauren Shipley. In 4 from Ellesmere College Titans is Shannon Daligan. No lane 5 in this heat, but in 6, going from Sandwell, is Sophia Soteriou. So 3 swimmers, 2 age categories in this one as well. Lauren Shipley in 3 and Sophia Soteriou in 6, both in the youngest category in the females, 12 to 13-year-old. Shannon Daligan in the 16-year-old age category. All very even indeed at this early point, coming towards the quarter stage of this individual medleys. Shannon Daligan in lane 4, 5:21.35 is her entry time. 2.5 seconds quicker than that of Lauren Shipley in lane 3. And Sophia Soteriou, on paper, was around 5 seconds off of Shannon Daligan. Of course, these races all in the pool, not on paper. Anything can happen here in Ponds Forge. And so far, in the relatively early stages on the backstroke, very even indeed between that trio. Leah saying on Twitter, come on, Erin Jones coming up in heat 2 for City of Coventry. Also Megan saying good luck to Lauren Matthews as well in the 400 IR. Do make sure you keep those coming in. SE Swimming is the hashtag, whether you're watching on the live stream, wherever you are around the world, or here in Ponds Forge. Coming up towards the halfway point in this heat now. Very tight duel going off between Lauren Shipley in 3 and Shannon Daligan in lane 4. Sophia Soteriou beginning to be left behind, be a bit behind a little bit, should I say, at the halfway point here. Simultaneously coming up to the wall though, in lanes 3 and 4 are Lauren Shipley and Shannon Daligan, separated by 1/4 second. Not much between them at all at this moment in time. And we go to the breaststroke. He's certainly beginning to put her foot to the floor. Here's Lauren Shipley in lane 3 of Nova Centurion. Definitely looks like, from the way she's gone about the first 30 metres here, that she fancies this stroke very much so. Same with Sophia Soteriou in lane 6 as well. It looks like deficit between her and Shannon Daligan has slightly decreased a little bit. And Shannon Daligan has got a little bit of work on her hands here. Of course, a lot of the swimmers in the early stages of these heats are in the lower age category, so Lauren Shipley and Sophia Soteriou in particular in lanes 3 and 6 will be looking to set a higher benchmark as possible for those competitors coming up in order to maybe secure a place in tonight's finals. Of course, on paper, it always looks as if it's against those in the early stages of the heats to make the finals, but anyone can get there on the day. And Lauren Shipley is definitely taking this heat by the scruff of the neck at this moment in time. A big lead has begun to emerge between her and Shannon Daligan, who has instead been roped into the battle for second with Sophia Soteriou in lane 6. So Lauren Shipley, things definitely going to plan for her at the moment. She comes towards the wall and will very soon embark on her final 100 metres and the freestyle. So Lauren Shipley leading the way on Twitter. Auntie says, good luck to my daughter Lauren Braddon in the 400 IM, coming up very shortly indeed. He puts go Lauren, go, love Dad. Currently not needing any support at the moment, seems to be Lauren Shipley in lane 3, who's going along unaided fantastically well. A lot of open pool around her due to the gap between her and Shannon Daligan in second spot, but if she turns for home, that is not phasing her one bit, and she is not slowing down either. Remember, 5:23.95 was her entry time, well on the road to beating that with around 25 metres to go. As for the race for second, Shannon Daligan of Ellesmere College Titans looks as if she's managed to muscle away ahead of Lauren Shipley, Sophia Soteriou in lane 6. And a very even spread between all 3 swimmers as we come towards the scoreboard head now. Led by Lauren Shipley. That was never in any doubt at all. In lane 3, she touches in with a time of 4:43.35. In fact, no, we'll wait for confirmation of that. That'll be very quick for 4:43.35. At 5:23.23, nonetheless, is Shannon Daligan scoring second. There we have it, 5:18.65 for Lauren Shipley in first position. Third, held by Sophia Soteriou of Sandwell at 5:31.21. Confirmation of those times will come up very shortly indeed in ascending order, just making sure the 1s, 2s and 3s are all in the right place. And there we have it, Lauren Shipley, top of the tree. Ahead of Shannon Daligan with Sophia Sateri in third. Up next, heat 2.
Take your marks.
25 metres gone in heat number 2 of the Women's Open 400 metres individual medley. In lane 0 from Leicester Sharks is Yasmin Sheffield. From City of Sheffield in 1, it's Annabelle Wilkinson. From the Warriors of Warrington in 2, it's Martha Hurst. And Millie Glossop goes in lane 3 from City of Sheffield. City of Coventry's Erin Jones goes in 4, and Faye McDonough is in lane 5 from Borough of Stockton. City of Coventry's Amy Hood in 6. Madeline Parkinson from Stockport Metro is in 7. Livia Kingsland goes in lane 8 from Nova Centurion. And Shannon Robinson, should I say, of Wolverhampton goes in lane 9. Pretty equal start here. Faye McDonough in lane 5, she'll turn first as we move from the fly into the backstroke. She's closely followed by Erin Jones, City of Coventry, in turn in 2nd place, and Amy Hood in 3rd. So those middle lanes leading the pace out at the moment. However, Millie Glossop in the red, orange swim cap and the black suit in lane 3 going well as well. Looking smooth in this backstroke section. As with all of the heats we've had today, we have various swimmers of various age groups. These ranging from 12 years of age in this race to 16. In lane 1, Annabelle Wilkinson and Livia Kingsland in 8th there in the 12 years of age category. Then in 5, 6 and 7, as well as lane 2, we have Martha Hurst, Faye McDonough, Amy Hood and Madeline Parkinson all in the 13s, as is Yasmin Sheffield in lane 0, currently swimming down the left-hand side of the pool as we go into the second 50 metres of the backstroke. The leaders around about 15 metres away from the halfway turn. The lead currently with Millie Glossop, City of Sheffield in lane 3. She's going to reach the turn first. Second will be Faye McDonough in lane 5, and sandwiched in the middle, Erin Jones from City of Coventry will turn in 3rd place. So we're over halfway. 2:30.39 is the lead time at that halfway point as we go into the breaststroke. Since that first 50 metres, Millie Glossop has looked pretty comfortable out there. However, it's neck and neck, and of course, we have that flying 100-metre freestyle to come. Faye McDonough in lane 5 in that silver cap, just starting to take a hold of this race. The breaststroke, one of her favourite strokes, but it's still that 1, 2, 3 in those middle lanes. 5, 4 and 3, and it will be Faye McDonough to turn first with 150 metres to go. 3 lengths of the pool. 1 breaststroke, 2 freestyle. McDonough from Glossop, from Erin Jones. Livia Kingsland there from Nova Centurion. She's currently in 4th place. However, lanes 1 and 2, that's a nice, interesting battle. Wilkinson and Hurst as well, enjoying racing one another in the yellow and the red caps, respectively. Faye McDonough then maintaining that lead as we approach the final 10 metres of this breaststroke section before 2 lengths of freestyle to set the fastest time in this second of 9 heats in the Women's Open 400 individual medley. McDonough turns with 100 metres to go in 4:03.18. 2 and 3 turn very close as well. Just 0.10 between them. 4:06.54 for Jones, 4:06.64 for Millie Glossop. And that lead ever so slightly extended in lane 5 from Faye McDonough. But Jones has just got herself a head's length in front of Millie Glossop. In third place now, out there in lane 8 from Nova Centurion, is Livia Kingsland in that green Centurion hat. And that race we were talking about between lanes 1 and 2, Wilkinson in 1, Hurst in 2. Well, Hurst is getting the better of that at the moment. But into the final 50 metres, and now it is getting close. McDonough in 5, Jones in 4, Glossop in 3, and that's the order they're in at the moment, but there could be some changes here. Glossop starting to go well in that red cap, just about gaining on the first and second place. It's still just about McDonough. Jones, though, closing the gap, and Glossop getting even closer to her again. Faye McDonough still leading, but this is a great finish from Millie Glossop. Will she do enough to take first place? Who's going to stop the clock first? It is Faye McDonough. She holds on. Millie Glossop takes second, 5:17.35, and in the middle there, Erin Jones in lane 4 takes third place. Kingsland of Nova Centurion finishes in 4th, Hood 5th, Shannon Robinson of Wolverhampton in 6th, Wilkinson 7th. And we're just awaiting official confirmation of those times. Another very competitive heat, heat number 2 of the women's 400 individual medley. Still 7 heats to come to end this morning's session. We will of course be back for the evening, and we hope you'll all be joining us, whether it's here at Pond Sport or at home on the live stream. Make sure you're with us throughout the week here at the Swim England National Summer Meet 2017. Very interesting race between those front 3. Kept each other honest and competitive throughout. Provisionally, McDonough from Glossop from Jones, and there is the confirmation, 5:17.13, the current lead time. That was heat number 2. Let's move on to heat number 3.
Cluster of age categories taking part in this third heat. In 0 from Wigan West is Jennifer Green. In 1 from Worksop, Lucy Grattan. Amber Downham of Chesterfield goes in 2. In 3 from Warrington Warriors is Caitlin Shingler. In 4 from Doncaster Darts, Hannah Noonan. Scarlett Aspinall of Southport goes in 5. In lane 6 from City of Oxford is Megan Smith. In 7, representing Doncaster Darts, is Chantal Waugh. In 8 from Guildford City is Isabel Bright. And completing the pool in lane 9 from Cleethorpes is Ella Bainbridge. Swift start out the traps being made in lane 4 by Hannah Noonan of Doncaster Darts. 5:18.41 was her entry time, 700ths of a second quicker. Nearest rival Scarlett Aspinall in lane 5 of Southport. Quite a bit of a buffer separating those two at this moment in time. Up there near the first position though in lane 9 is Ella Bainbridge of Cleethorpes. So going into the backstroke, those two certainly having a good time of it in the first quarter of this heat. Of course, still quite a few heats to come, lots of swimmers as well. The good luck messages keep on coming online. Katie says, good luck, Hannah and Chantal from Georgia, and Katie, lots of love. Bex Clark says, good luck to my amazing little cousin, Izzy Goodwin, who is swimming today. You're an inspiration. And also Sally says, good luck to Team Bath, Alex, Misty and Rhiannon in the 400-metre individual medley. Hashtag smash it. It is smash it. I'm sure that's what it says on that hashtag there. Not many capital letters using that hashtag, so it's a bit ambiguous. SE Swimming from Rubaloo. Thank you very much for that. Sally Kitten coming, hashtag SE Swimming. Back to the swimming, more or less as you were in first position, with Hannah Noonan in lane 4 of Doncaster Darts. Doing things very well at the moment on the backstroke. Nothing really deterring her from holding that position. It's been a strong last 75 as well in lane 6 by Megan Smith of City of Oxford, who has certainly made some fine inroads indeed. Same can be said for Amber Downham in lane 2 for Chesterfield. Still in lane 9, managing to keep afloat up in those positions is Ella Bainbridge of Cleethorpes. And currently at the halfway point, leading the way going on to the breaststroke, and of course the all-important breaststroke where things really do begin to get shaken up. Hannah Noonan is the one in front in lane 4. Things beginning to bunch up at the front, that is for sure. Hannah Noonan in lane 4 will have a bit of company very soon indeed. It looks as if that's going to be courtesy of Megan Smith in lane 6 of City of Oxford. Still in 9, Ella Bainbridge of Cleethorpes. Maybe the slowest seed on paper coming into this, but that is definitely not the case in the first almost 3/4 of this heat. Of course, we always say with the breaststroke, things begin to get shaken up. The complexion has not changed too much. The only major change is perhaps on the near side in lane 0 with Jennifer Green of Wigan Best, who has propelled herself from much further back in the pool towards the front 3 or 4. This is the stage where some swimmers do begin to get left behind and the front try and pull away, but it is always a struggle. Hannah Noonan in lane 4, still looking very good through the pool. Trying to claw back the distance, separating first and second though. Caitlin Shingler now, and Warrington Warriors in lane 3 beginning to come alive. As we go into the final 100 metres, nothing has changed in terms of who has been first throughout this race. But surely Hannah Noonan has a weakness in this individual medley. Will it be on the freestyle leg? Caitlin Shingler certainly will hope so. And in lane 3, she's had an inspired last 50 metres or so to get herself right into the argument in the front 3 or 4 positions. Also in lane 2, Amber Downham of Chesterfield, still knocking around that sort of area. And Ella Bainbridge still going strong in lane 9. A fantastic show of stamina from the Cleethorpes swimmer, who was a second and a half out of Hannah Newman's entry time. That would not appear to be the case here in the pool today. Same has to be said as well in lane 0 for Jennifer Green of Wigan Best, who's getting better and better with every stroke here. And in fact, we've been focusing a lot of our attention on the outside lane in lane 9 and Ella Bainbridge. Well, perhaps we have to look to the near side now in Jennifer Green as someone in hot contention for one of the fastest times in this heat. Into the final 15 metres we go then. 4 swimmers in 0, 2, 3 and 4, all battling away towards the front. Jennifer Green in 0, lane 2 Amber Downham, Caitlin Shingler in 3, and Hannah Noonan, who's led the whole way in lane 4. She won't towards the end though. I think the first touch there came in from Caitlin Shingler. In fact, we get confirmation of that coming up on the scoreboard now. Caitlin Shingler with 5:15.23, certainly one of the fastest there. She finished in the end ahead of Hannah Noonan, who led for so long in that race. Be interesting to see Jennifer Green's time in lane 0, the Wigan Best swimmer. Had a fantastic last 100 metres in that one. Ella Bainbridge of Cleethorpes in lane 9 was certainly up there as well. And we'll get confirmations of those times in a few moments. Just a few gremlins in the scoreboard in the last couple of minutes. But I'm sure once those issues are ironed out, we will get the confirmation of those results. Caitlin Shingler, though, 5:15.23. That will be confirmed very soon. She's the one who certainly looks as if she was towards the front end of that heat. We will wait for confirmation of those heats, but I do think we may be good to go now with heat number 4.
After that drama in heat number 3, it is time for heat number 4. Let's welcome the swimmers to the pool. In lane 0 from City of Bristol, we have Georgia Gussie. In lane 1 from City of Liverpool, we have Lois Keys. Charlotte Emery goes in 2 from Exeter City. From Modernian in 3, it's Tia Wilson. Beatrice Varley goes in 4 from Teddington. And from York City in 5, it's Eleanor Howcroft. Lauren Braddon goes in 6 from Maidstone, and from Mount Kelly in 7, it's Emily Eveling. Erin O'Mara swims in lane 8 from Watford. And finally in lane 9, it is Sophie Freeman from Colchester. We've had lots of messages in using the hashtag SESwimming, including one from Barbara Gussie, George's mum, wishing her luck. Do keep those messages of good luck coming in. But it's Sophie Freeman over on the complete opposite side from Colchester, going very well there, all in yellow as we approach the opening 100 metres. Well, in fact, she turns first as well. 108.67 for Sophie Freeman. Charlotte Emery turns in second place from Exeter, 109.72. And in third in the middle there, lane 6, it's Lauren Braddon of Maidstone. Approaching 25 metres gone in the backstroke section of heat number 4 here. It's still lane 9. Sophie Freeman just out there in the lead. However, lane 2, Charlotte Emery going very well. Those two neck and neck. Swimmers in the middle, lane 4, Beatrice Varley, and lane 6, Lauren Braddon. They're up there with the leaders too. 150 metres gone here. Still over on the outside lane there, lane 9. Sophie Freeman of Colchester turning in first place. But those swimmers out there in front are really being competitive. In fact, I think when we come to the turn, we might have a new swimmer sneaking into the lead. Keep your eye on lane number 4. Beatrice Varley from Teddington there in the orange cap and the green suit. She's about half a body length in front as we're approaching the halfway point here. 200 of the 400 gone. Keep your eye on the clock for those times at the turn then. 2:29.25 for Beatrice Varley as we go into the breaststroke. She leads from Sophie Freeman, but that's an interesting race boiling up there. Lane 6 as well, Lauren Braddon, she turned in third. And she's neck and neck with the swimmers in lane 2 and lane 1. We've got Charlotte Emery in 2, Lois Keys in 1. I think this one is going to be shaping up for a very interesting final 150 metres or so. Everyone up over the halfway point then. Beatrice Varley just extending that lead in that orange cap, bang in the middle there in lane 4. She's going to turn with one length of the breaststroke to go in first place. Let's see what that time is. 3:16.73. The quickest time in the previous heat was 5:15.23. Caitlin Shinger. So bear that in mind, of course, because we're looking for qualification times for the finals. A range of age groups in this heat as well, going from 13 years of age up to Lauren Braddon, who is the most senior swimmer, the Maidstone swimmer, at 16. And the fastest qualification time, or entry time, should I say, is from Beatrice Varley, 5:16.31. She's just being caught by lane 1. Lois Keys there, she's gone very well towards the end of this breaststroke section in the pink suit and the red cap. So we're going to turn with 100 metres to go. And it's going to be Varley, but only just 4:02.63 against Keys, 4:03.43, and Charlotte Emery in third place. This shaping up for a very interesting final 80 metres or so. Going into the freestyle, Varley just getting herself out in front, but she's only really a head length ahead of Lois Keys from City of Liverpool, currently in third place in lane 2. Charlotte Emery as well. The rest kind of dropping off, really. Don't expect anyone to have a final bolt with 50 metres to go. Speaking of 50 metres to go, this is the final turn, and it was a strong 7th length there from Beatrice Varley to take the lead of just over a second into the final 50 metres from Lois Keys. Charlotte Emery of Exeter City in third place, and Eleanor Howcroft of York, 4:44.21, just dropping off a little bit. But in lane 4, it is Beatrice Varley just stretching out. She's about a body length in front, but a decent finish from Keys here in lane 1 could put the cat amongst the pigeons. She's going to have to do some serious work, though, to take the victory from Beatrice Varley, who touches back first in 5:13.05, just ahead of Keys, 5:13.78, and Charlotte Emery just outside Keys takes third in 5:17.35. That knocking a couple of seconds off the quickest time from the previous heat as well. So as expected, the heat's getting progressively quicker. The times confirmed there. Beatrice Farley of Teddington, 5:13.05 in lane 4 for first place. Lois Keys takes second. Charlotte Emery takes third. It's now time to move on to heat number 5.
Take your mark.
So we now surpass the halfway point of these heats in the final event of the morning session, the women's 400 metre IM, of course, taken to the pool this time around. In lane 0 from Southport is Maisie Johnson, and 1 from Retford is Natasha Utley. Charlotte Hall of Derbyshire Excel goes in 2. In lane 3 from Helsham is Maisie Thornton, and 4 from Thanet Swin is Tamsin Myber. In lane 5 from Ellesmere College Titans, Anna Smale. Ella Thatcher Plant of Wrecking College goes in 6. And 7 from City of Leeds is Ella Cooper. Lane 8 from City of Milton Keynes, Charlotte Wynne Jones. And in 9 from Northampton is Isabel Hume. Well, things looking a bit lopsided in the pool at the moment. The further the swimmers are towards the 8th lane, the higher in front they seem to be. That seems to be the trajectory so far. Lane 8 leading the way, Charlotte Wynne Jones of City of Milton Keynes. The back end of that butterfly there, doing very well indeed to secure a split time after the first quarter of 107.28. Anna Smale and Tasmi Myber of Ellesmere College Titans and Thanet Spin respectively, currently looking pretty bright as well down the centre of the pool. Anna Smale in the all black, and Tasmi Myber in lane 4 in the blue costume with the white cap. So they currently second and third respectively at the moment, but still Charlotte Wynne Jones is the one out in front. Good progress being made in lane 3 as well by Maisie Thornton of Helsham. Same can be said for Ella Cooper as well in lane 7 of City of Leeds. So the front 5 looking pretty good so far in the opening 2 lengths, or 2 strokes should I say, of this individual metre event. Definitely beginning to bunch up at the front as well. Charlotte Wynne Jones lastly appears to have had her best stroke over and done with. Now she has to make sure she can keep a consistent rate going on in the second half of this individual medley. More or less as you were, still down the spine of the pool with Anna Smale with a marginal advantage over Tasmi Myber. So coming towards the halfway point now, these split times are going to be very interesting indeed. Definitely a shorter gap separating Charlotte Wynne Jones in first and Anna Smale in lane 5 in second position. 0.35 seconds to be precise. And already on the breaststroke, Anna Smale is beginning to definitely take this one by the scruff of the neck. Also joining in the argument with the front quartet, Maisie Thornton in lane 3 of Helsham. She's just on the tail at the moment of Tasmi Myber in lane 4. Charlotte Wynne Jones in lane 8 still ticking along nicely, but she'll have company in a few moments with Ella Cooper in lane 7, seems to clawing herself forward with every stroke, the City of Leeds swimmer. And we're poised here for what is shaping up to be fascinating concluding 150 metres to this heat. So your front 3 down the heart of the pool, very even indeed. Maisie Thornton in 3, Tasmi Myber in 4 and Anna Smale in 5. They've been consistent over the duration of the first 2.5 strokes that we have seen so far in this individual medley. Also in lane 1 getting faster and faster is Natasha Utley as well of Retford. Still up there Charlotte Wynne Jones in 8 with Ella Cooper just breathing down her neck in lane 7 here, and she's progressed very nicely indeed, the City of Leeds swimmer, and has put herself in decent contention for the final 100 metres of this individual medley. Again, a lot of different age categories taking part in this swim. 12 to 13-year-old category being represented by Ella Cooper in lane 7, the youngest of the swimmers in this heat. Some 14-year-old swimmers, 15-year-old swimmers, and a 16-year-old swimmer in there as well in the form of Maisie Johnson in lane 0. So a lot of finals positions with keen interest for these swimmers in the pool right now. Not necessarily battling for the same places as each other in the finals tonight, but definitely looking to come out on top in this heat. So still that trio down the centre, looking very menacing indeed. Maisie Thornton in 3, Tasmi Myber in 4 and Anna Smale in 5. The latter leading the way going into the final 50 metres. Charlotte Wynne-Jones and Ella Cooper very level indeed as they make the turn simultaneously now off the wall. Charlotte Wynne-Jones with a fractional advantage still over Ella Cooper, but not by much as we look back now towards the final 25 metres. Joining in the party in lane 1, Natasha Utley of Retford, who we said 100 metres ago was getting quicker and quicker. Well, she's continued where she left off with the breaststroke onto the freestyle here as well, and she's looking to catch up Tasmi Myber in lane 4, who's began to drop off a little bit. That is mainly due to the pace that Maisie Thornton in 3 is going at, and particularly Anna Smale in 5, who's going to take the heat. 5:12.32, just over a second ahead of Maisie Thornton, who touches into second position. Tasmi Myber does complete the fastest trio, not much in the end, separating her and Natasha Utley. And in the end, in 5th position is Charlotte Wynne-Jones, who did manage to withstand the challenge coming from Ella Cooper, and in fact Charlotte Hall was the one that wedged herself into 6th. So a very tight contest indeed, as we've seen with a lot of these heats so far. Up next is heat number 6.
Take your marks.
Swimming in lane 0 in heat number 6 from Wigan Best, it is Hannah Sheehan. Next to her in lane number 1 is the youngest swimmer in this race, just 13 years of age, from City of Leeds, is Isabel Goodwin. In lane 2 from Team Luton, it's Selin Walmsley. Next to her in 3, it's Millie Emmons from City of Cambridge. Representing City of Coventry in lane number 4, it's Lauren McConaughey. And Lauren Harrison goes in lane 5 from City of Peterborough. Jay Kennel, Nova Centurion in lane 6, and from Mid-Sussex it's Charlotte Johnson racing in lane 7. In lane 8, Aaliyah May Webb from Exeter City, and finally in lane 9 from Scunthorpe it is Chloe Huddart. Brilliant start from the Exeter City swimmer in lane number 8 there. She gets to the turn first into the backstroke. That's Aaliyah May Webb in the green cap and the purple suit. 1:07.02. That is a very quick opening 100 metres. Lauren McConaughey turns in second, 1:09.16. She is in lane 4. Very broken up field at the moment, as we have seen throughout these heats in the opening 150 metres or so before they start to take shape in the breaststroke before that big finish. But at the moment, out on her own, here's the swimmer in lane 8, Aaliyah May Webb from Exeter City. 150 metres gone for her, 1:45.31, the quickest time we've had so far in these qualifiers. Anna Smale, 5:12.32 in the previous heat. And that lead now becoming, well, maybe nearly 10 metres. In second place in lane 4 is Lauren McConaughey, City of Coventry, and there are a few swimmers breathing down her neck as well. In lane 7, Charlotte Johnson, and in lane 9 as well, Chloe Huddart, those two going well. And on the other side of the pool, in lane 1, Isabel Goodwin in the City of Leeds colours of the yellow cap and the blue suit. Those lot contesting 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. However, Webb is already 15 metres into her breaststroke, over halfway, 2:23.05 at the halfway point for Webb of Exeter City. She's out there on her own now. Into second place outright by a length or so is Isabel Goodwin, City of Leeds, in lane number 1. Towards the middle of the pool then, just to her left, we have Sally Walmsley of Team Luton. She's in the black cap, perhaps getting herself into 3rd or perhaps 4th place now, because she's neck and neck with Charlotte Johnson over the other side of the pool in lane 7. Chloe Huddart hanging in there as well in lane 9. But perhaps this lead just being eaten into now as we go into the second length of the 50 metres. Aaliyah May Webb still out there in front. However, in lane 1, Isabel Goodwin just starting to make inroads. That 10-metre lead now perhaps down to 5 metres. Isabel Goodwin going well towards the second half of this race. 75 metres to go. It's still Webb leading, as she has done from the very first change. Isabel Goodwin in second place. For third, well, that is still very much up for grabs. Lane 7, Charlotte Johnson. Lane 5, Lauren Harrison. And then in between them in lane 6, Jade Kennerall, all putting themselves forward for that. And also just to the left-hand side of the second place racer in lane 0, Hannah Sheehan starting to go well too. But into the final 100 metres then, it is still Aaliyah May Webb. Looks to have got over that temporary hiccup she had where Goodwin started to close the gap, and she's reinstating that lead now. She's got under 75 metres to go in that green cap in lane 8, but Isabel Goodwin starting to go well now, maybe closing that gap again in lane 1. This could be a little bit tighter than it looked like it was going to be with 200 metres to go. Aaliyah May Webb from Exeter City is going to turn first in lane 8 with 50 metres to go. 4:34.82 is the time. 3 seconds behind her is Goodwin in second, and Hannah Sheehan starting to race well too as we reach the final phases of this race. But have a look at lane number 1 now. Isabel Goodwin eating into that lead of Aaliyah May Webb. This is going to be tight. In third place we have Hannah Sheehan as well. Keep your eye on lanes 1 and lane 0. Isabel Goodwin, she's got about a metre to make up, and to my eyes she's just creeping into the lead now. It's going to be Webb in 8 or Goodwin in 1. Keep your eye on the clock. If it is a win for Goodwin, it's been a well-paced race. In fact, she does take the win. 5:11.63 for Goodwin. Came into the pool with a time of 5.14.99, so a great time for her and a well-paced race. Aaliyah May Webb just fades towards the end after a brilliant opening 300 metres. 5:12.08, she stops the clock in second place. Charlotte Johnson of Mid-Sussex there, 5:13.40. A very entertaining 6th heat of the women's 400 metres individual medley. Of course, we wait once again for confirmation there, but Isabel Goodwin was well behind at the halfway point, but paced it perfectly to take the victory, and there is confirmation. Goodwin from Webb, from Johnson in Heat 6. Now it is time to welcome Heat 7.
Take your marks.
And in they go then with heat number 7 underway. Lane 0 from City of Liverpool, Mattea J. Oliver. In 1 from Swindon Dolphins, Lauren Matthews. Nova Centurions, Amy Mead goes in lane 2. In 3 from City of Bristol is Kira Noon. Lane 4 from Devonshire Excel is Chloe Bates. Megan Lever of Pioneer 79 is in lane 5. In 6 from City of Peterborough, Poppy Richardson. Romford Town's Emily Milton goes in 7. In 8 representing Taunton Dean, Holly Hudson. And in 9 from Carnbria is Megan Vingo. Very purposeful start to this race being made in particular by lanes 3 and 6. They're Kira Noon and Poppy Richardson of City of Bristol and City of Peterborough respectively in the quarter stage. They'll be the ones leading the way. Touching in first there is Kira Noon with 107.39 being the split time. Poppy Richardson just a couple of tenths of a second behind her. Currently third spot. Chloe Bates in lane 4 of Devonshire Excel as we go onto the backstroke already. There's a wide span from 10th position all the way to first. We've only had the first 130 metres on the individual medley. Of course, a lot can change. Gaps can increase, decrease at any time and on any stroke through the duration of the 400 metres. At the moment, it ends as you were at the front. Coming down the centre in 4 and 5, Chloe Bates, as we mentioned, was in third. Megan Lever now in lane 5 of Pioneer 79 has managed to encroach further forward as well. Also in lane 0, Matea J. Oliver of City of Liverpool is going along very nicely indeed in lane 0. And in fact, she's left behind the main pack and gone now towards that front 3. So alongside her is still Kira Noon and Poppy Richardson in 3 and 6 respectively. But they have new company in the form of the City of Liverpool swimmer in lane 0. And I think, you know, Matea J. Oliver will lead the way at the halfway point. Good swim this from the girl in the red cap. Definitely looking very cool and composed indeed here. Moving very swiftly across the water. And we'll touch in at the halfway point in front. So Kira Noon second, Poppy Richardson in third. Still the tight tussle going off in lanes 4 and 5 between Chloe Bates and Megan Lever. That pendulum has swung quite a few ways in the duration of the first 200 metres here. And as we kick on with the second half of this heat, lane 5 Megan Lever beginning to have a new purpose about it, and she is definitely closing the gap between her and Poppy Richardson in lane 6. And joining Megan Lever is Chloe Bates. They've been alongside each other all the way so far in this heat, and they are not prepared to leave each other just yet. And Chloe Bates, well, that's waving goodbye at the moment to Kira Noon to her right-hand side as they come towards the wall. Not much of a gap between that central 4. Still up there, Matea J. Oliver as well in lane 0, City of Liverpool. And with Laura Matthews in lane 1, reasonably far behind compared to Matea J. Oliver. She will feel as if she's swimming on her own at the moment. Of course, with the breaststroke, all the swimmers just focusing on what is in front of them. But Matea J. Oliver will definitely be aware of what will be a stern test happening inside of her. And at this moment in time, look at that, 4 and 5, Chloe Bates, Megan Lever. They've gone from on the periphery of Kira Noon to Poppy Richardson, and now in front of them as well. And in lane 8, Holly Hudson, first time we've mentioned her, the Taunton Dean swimmer, coming towards the 3/4 stage and poising herself in good position here in order to strike towards the front 3. So in we go then towards the final 100 metres and the freestyle. Once again, not necessarily all these swimmers directly competing against each other. There's a lot of different age categories interested in this one. But to finish on top of this heat would certainly be a great achievement for any of these swimmers. 5 and 4, Megan Lever just ahead of Chloe Bates at the moment. That seems to have been the way it's been all the way through. They may be very close with each other through the first 350 metres or so, but Megan Lever has just had the upper hand throughout the duration. Those two both in the 17 years and over category. Also in there, Kira Noon in lane 3, Laura Matthews in 1, and Matea J. Oliver as well in lane 0. As the turn for home is well and truly on with the vast majority of these 10 swimmers now. So the gap between Megan Lever and Chloe Bates beginning to extend here. Matea J. Oliver trying to stay in contention for these front 3 or 4 positions or so. That's going to be difficult though due to Poppy Richardson and her fight back in lane 6. Really beginning to kick now. Here's the Peterborough swimmer just to her right hand side in lane 8. Holly Hudson up there as well. But as we look down the middle, Megan Lever will get the quickest time in that heat of 5:08.25. She can go quicker as well. In second spot, Chloe Bates of Deventio of 5:10.55 and completing the fastest 3 that time around. Poppy Richardson of City of Peterborough, she had a great first 200, dropped off on the breaststroke, but strikes back with the freestyle to get 5:12.29 ahead of Emily Milton of Romford Town in lane 7. Strong 100 from her. There's confirmation of those times up on the scoreboard now. Up next is the penultimate heat, heat number 8.
Take your mark.
Two heats remaining then, and times dropping. Megan Lever with a fantastic 5:08.28 to give herself a great chance of qualifying for the final later on. But now let's meet the swimmers swimming in this heat number 8 in lane 0 as they reach the turn for the first 50 metres. Lane 0 from Southport, it's Victoria Dawson. From Brompton in 1, Spencer Williams. In 2, from Mount Kelly, Molly Francis. Caitlin Fearon goes in 3 from RTW Monson. Laura Copping in lane 4 from Hatfield. From City of Coventry in lane 5, it's Rebecca Wynne. Rhiannon Bowen goes in 6th from Team Bath. And from Colchester in 7, it's Olivia Norman. Chelsea and Westminster are represented by Sophie Whelan in 8. And finally, in 9, from City of Sheffield, Safira Gabani. Here's the youngest swimmer in the race, age 14. Two 17-year-olds in 4 and 5 are Laura Copping and Rebecca Wynne. Incidentally, they are also the two with the quickest entry times, but it's been an excellent start from Spencer Williams in 1, 17-year-old from Brompton. At the 75-metre point, she was just in the lead, but those 5 there, pretty much neck and neck at the moment. Perhaps lane 7, Olivia Norman, just creeping into the lead as we enter the 150-metre point. 50 metres of backstroke remain, and then 100 butterfly and 100 freestyle to finish with. First at the turn then is Norman of Colchester, 148.12. Molly Francis in lane 2 from Mount Kelly. She turns in 148.87. And Laura Copping from Hatfield in lane 4, bang in the middle there. She turns in 3rd. But a good second half of the backstroke for Olivia Norman from Colchester. She's about a length in front as they go past the rope there as we approach the halfway point of this penultimate heat. In second place in lane 4 provisionally is Laura Copping there. She's all in pink. But at the turn, it is Norman of Colchester, 226.35. Copping about 2 seconds behind her, and Molly Francis of Mount Kelly maintaining that 1, 2, 3 into the breaststroke. Final athletes just at the turn there. Safira Gabani of City of Sheffield, she turns there over in lane number 9, the nearest to the main stand here at Ponds Forge. The leaders are over the halfway point then. That'll be the 250-metre mark with 3 lengths to go, and all of a sudden in lane 4, Laura Copping just starting to catch the leader. Let's see what the times are at the turn. Remember the lead time so far, Megan Lever 5:08.28. Copping now turns in first place. Francis in 2nd, and Norman in 3rd. Laura Copping really growing into this race, looking comfortable in that middle lane. Fastest entry time, 5:06.16. The second fastest, Rebecca Wynne, City of Coventry, 5:07. She's got a bit of work to do, but that lead group really bunching up now as we approach the final 100 metres. About 10 metres to go in the breaststroke for this leading pack. And keep an eye on these times. This is going to be a very, very interesting final 100 metres. Who is going to turn first? It's going to be Rebecca Wynne in lane 5, from Laura Copping in lane 4, and then Rhiannon Bowen. She's in 5th in lane 6, but she's still in contention. Molly Francis in 3rd place. But now all of those times don't matter, because it's going to be the first to touch who will take the heat. Molly Francis of Mount Kelly in the green there with the white cap. She's left the lanes either side of her behind. However, she's put herself in a good position. Lanes 4 and lane 5. Copping is in 4. Wynne is in 5. They've got each other to race. So will they be able to drag each other to a quick time over the final 50 metres? At the turn then, Copping just about in the lead, ahead of Molly Francis in lane 2, and Rebecca Wynne there in lane 3, Olivia Norman in lane 4. It's going to be one of those 4, and it's incredibly close as we approach the final 25 metres. Come on then, Ponds Forge. Let's get behind these swimmers as they come past our commentary position. It's looking as though Molly Francis has just got herself into the lead here, but a big final 10 metres could make all the difference. It's Francis in 2, Copping in 4, Wynne in 5. Who's going to touch back first? We're going to have a good time no matter what it is. 5:09.35 for Rebecca Wynne, who just about takes the lead by 0.09 over Copping in 2nd, and Norman, who was out there in lane 7 on her own, finishes in 3rd position, stopping the clock in 5:10.45. So provisionally, none of them get ahead of the time set by Megan Lever in the previous heat of 5:08.28. but some very respectable times in heat number 8 of the Women's Open 400 metres individual medley. Results confirmed there on the screen. Frances in first from Rebecca Wynne in second. Laura Copping of Hatfield takes third. That was heat 8. It is now time for the final heat, number 9.
Take your marks.
Final heat of the event then, and final heat of this first session of the Swim England Summer Championships as well. Taking the pole this time around in lane 0 from City of Sheffield is Abigail Miles. In 1 from Chelmsford, Annabelle Kitching. Lane 2 from City of Manchester Aquatics is Russia Mondal. Lane 3 from Deepings is Isabel Spindley. Daisy Platts of City of Leicester goes in lane 4. In 5 from Hatfield is Shannon Stott. In 6 from Wolverhampton is Jessica Banks. Sophie Taylor of St Felix goes in 7. In 8 from Sevenoaks is Rose Compton. And in 9 from Newcastle is Krista Wilson. Once again, loads of different age categories going off in this heat. We have in the 12-13 year category Abigail Miles in lane 0. In the 14-year category Rose Compton and Krista Wilson in 8 and 9 respectively. Annabelle Kitchen goes in the 15-year category in lane 1. In lane 7, Sophie Taylor goes in the 16-year category, and the rest of the swimmers in lanes 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, all in the senior category of 17 years and over. So lots of issues to be dealt with in this final heat. Of course, all 10 of these swimmers know exactly what sort of time they have to get in order to be at tonight's finals. They have seen all the previous racers go before them. And currently looking very bright indeed in lane 3, Isabel Spindley of Deeping, split time there of 1:44.28. Daisy Platts in lane 4, not too far behind her. Bit of a gap between those two and then the rest of the pool. In lane 5, the bright pink cap of Hatfield and Shannon Stott, currently in 3rd position, more or less alongside here with 25 metres to go towards the halfway point, with Krista Wilson in lane 9 of Newcastle. Quite a tight packed bunch there between lanes 5 and 9, which will be worth keeping an eye on as the second half of this heat unfolds. As we look now towards the 200 metre mark, and our first two touching in towards the wall there. Isabel Spindley in 3, Daisy Platts in 4. Nothing really separating those two at this moment in time as we go onto the breaststroke. Well, one of them will have to claw their way away from each other. Of course, when you get the backstroke or the freestyle, it's very easy indeed to sort of propel your arms and drag yourself in front of the other competitors. With the breaststroke, it feels a bit more like you're dragging yourself through treacle in a way, as you can see with Daisy Platts in lane 4. She's trying to keep up with Isabel Spindley, but both of them not really getting any further away from each other at this moment in time. Very close indeed between those two. Still on the far side, it's looking very tight indeed, as we suspected it would, between 5 and 9. In fact, in lane 9, Krista Wilson is the one who looks as if she's currently in 3rd position here. And once again, if you discard lanes 3 and 4, a bit of a lopsided pull going from 9 at the top all the way to 0 currently at the bottom. So we go back towards the spine of the pool once again. Isabel Spindley just edging in front of Daisy Platts, but nothing really changing in terms of distance between the two. The rest of the pool looking pretty coy at the moment and waiting to strike in the final 100 metres and the freestyle. It's going to be a very tight conclusion to what has been a very thoroughly entertaining contest in the 9 heats that we have seen today in this event. And we come towards the final 100 metres now. Still, as you were, going at it hammer and tong will be Isabel Spindley in 3 and Daisy Platts in 4. Both looking to get spots in the senior final tonight. We may see a rerun of this race in the finals tonight, but of course both of them have to make sure they get a time good enough to ensure they get there. On the far side, it's gone from a 4-way battle into a 2-way duel between 8 and 9, Rose Compton and Krista Wilson. Those two are in the 14-year category, so matters to be dealt with there as well. Rose Compton currently has the upper hand, the Seven Oaks swimmer in lane 8. And then there's a trio inside of them in 5, 6 and 7 with Shannon Stott, Jessica Banks and Sophie Taylor respectively, all tussling away to get a faster time as possible. We look back towards the front now and the turn for home well and truly on between Isabel Spindley in 3 and Daisy Platts in 4. They're still in first and second as you were, and in that order. 25 metres to go, and the red cap of Isabel Spindley is currently the one making more of the inroads than Daisy Platts, who has been just on the periphery of Isabel Spindley for the last 200 metres or so. We thought it'd go a bit more down to the wire than it has done, but that's all credit to Isabel Spindley of Deepings, who came into this event with an entry time of 5:08.17. She's going to get very close to it indeed with 5:07.09. Daisy Platts next in on 5:08.5. Who is going to get third between Shannon Stott and Rose Compton? And it is Shannon Stott just missing out. Well, Rose Compton there on 5:13.38 with a remarkable last 50 to edge her way in front of the Hatfield swimmer Shannon Stott. But that ninth heat there certainly doing the previous 8 justice, capping off what has been a fantastically entertaining women's 400 metre individual medley heat. It certainly bodes well for the finals tonight, and all 10 of those swimmers in that heat will be hoping they have done enough to get there. I think in lane 6, Jessica Banks, you can just see they're resting ahead on the rope. I think that sums up how tiring that event can be. A big well done to all those swimmers in those 9 heats, which concludes this morning's session. So a big thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this morning, watching on the live stream as well, of course. Make sure you're back here for 5 o'clock when the finals kick off tonight. A reminder to swimmers and coaches as well that the warm-up will be a mixed warm-up between boys and girls, different from the morning session for this afternoon's finals. And we definitely cannot wait to see you there for that.